to bless and protect us, protect those who protect and serve us, and we'll ask this as in all things in the name of your loving Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. The first, if you'll look at your agenda, the first item. I need to call the roll.
Mr. Sharp? Mr. Thompson? Mr. Lorino? Mr. Toledano? Mr. Tanner? Mr. Groby? Mr. Dean?
Here.
Mr. Canulet? Mr. Belisario? Ms. O'Brien? Mr. Stefanczyk? Mr. Bender? Ms. Blanchard? Mr. Smith? You have a quorum.
Okay. Under special items, ordinance calendar number 5676, ordinance adopting the 2017 parish operating budget. I need a motion.
Move to refer.
Okay, we have a motion to refer. Do I have a second? By Mr. Stefanczyk. Okay. Vote with your lights, please. This is being postponed,
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's the introduction. So it'll be-
referring to Finance Committee. And I'll read that in just a second.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Okay, next item, ordinance calendar number 5677, ordinance to establish a 2017 to 2021 parish capital improvement budget and program and to further identify fixed assets and grant awards.
So move.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Tanner. You want a second? To introduce?
Yes.
No, it's been introduced.
Okay, it's been introduced on 9/28. So motion to
Going
refer?
to finance.
Okay. Motion to refer by Mr. Tanner, second by Mr. Stefanczyk. Any discussion? Vote with your lights.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Okay, the parish council will hold a public hearing in council chambers at 6 p.m. on Thursday, November 3rd to review the proposed parish operating and capital improvement budgets prior to adoption. Copies of both budgets will be made available for review by October 3rd at the parish council office here in the following parish library branches: Abita Springs, Bush, Causeway, Covington, Folsom, Lacombe, Lee Road, Madisonville, Mandeville, Pearl River, Slidell, Robert Boulevard, South Slidell. Okay. And we will hold finance meeting. Do you have a date on that? Okay. All right. Okay, our next portion of our agenda is presentations. First is presentation of proclamation to St. Tammany Parish Government Employee of the Month. Ms. Brister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is certainly a pleasure for me to have this proclamation for our Employee of the Month. Whereas William Hardy Hollifield has been a faithful employee with St. Tammany Parish Government since April of 1985 and is currently the IT coordinator for the Department of Public Works. And whereas for over 30 years, Hardy has used his 5-star personality, wit, and humor to brilliantly assist the Public Works personnel with software, hardware, inventory, and work order number crunches and public records compilations. And whereas Hardy has respect for all and the ability to sense each person's level and need, and in doing so, has successfully mentored scores of young interns who have spent their summers learning about public works. And whereas few people in our world give of themselves as Hardy does, gently guiding those that he assists through discovery and realization with just enough humor to set them at ease. And whereas Hardy is truly an exceptional person and an employee, and we are very proud to have him as part of the St. Tammany Parish government family. And we thank him for all of his hard work and dedication. Now, therefore, I, Patricia Brister, as president of St. Tammany Parish. Do hereby recognize the hard work and accomplishments of William Hardy Hollifield, Employee of the Month. And I encourage all employees of St. Tammany Parish to thank him for his contributions and commitment to St. Tammany Parish. Thank you, Hardy, for all you do for all of us. Let's get a picture.
There he is.
Long overdue. Thank you, Hardy. I appreciate all your hard work. Thanks. Thanks, Hardy.
Okay, you want to say it? Next presentation is Jean Day Charity Check to Slidell Ladies of Liberty. Ms. Bristol.
Ladies, come on up here with me. This is going to be a treat. I am so happy to be here tonight to present a check of donations made by employees of St. Tammany Parish. As you know, any employee that wants to wear jeans on a Friday contributes $1 or $2 out of their pay period, and they get to choose the charity they want the money to go to. So they have chosen you ladies tonight. So let me say just a little bit about them and then present the check. Slidell Ladies for Liberty is a group of women in Slidell, Louisiana, dedicated to adopting local soldiers being deployed to the Middle East. Isn't that fantastic? They have supported over 1,500 local troops over the past 9 years and have sent thousands of packages in that time. And on behalf of the employees of St. Tammany Parish government, I could not be more honored to present this check in the amount of $4,568. And I encourage you to continue all you do because it is so needed.
And we've mailed 17,000 care packages. since we
17,000.
started.
I wish I'd said that.
That doesn't matter.
That's the big check, but I'm going to give you a little one.
Oh, good. You supported her son.
I know. You've supported a lot of our sons and daughters, and we thank you. Thank you.
Thank
And you
you.
don't want this big one, I'm sure, but you may have it as
I
a
would like it.
But here's the good one. Here's the good one.
Thank you so very
Thank you
much.
all so much. Thank you. All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Ms. Brister. Next presentation is from Ms. O'Brien, Certificate of Recognition to the Slidell Young Republicans.
Okay, as many of you know, I'm also on the Republican Parish Executive Committee as an at-large member, and I recently heard about something that I thought was incredible, and unfortunately, we did not understand that they had also won an award last year. So I wanted to let you know that this young group of people won the award for Outstanding Teenage Republican Club in the entire nation.
Wow.
2 years in a row. Republican Teens is a Louisiana-based Republican teenage club that was established in 2003. Now, Odette Jennings, a member of Slidell Republican Women's Club, is the current advisor since 2010. The club has 37 members. I keep on telling her she needs to change her club's name because this club now covers Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and we're talking 7 parishes in Louisiana, so I'm going to recommend y'all revisit the name. But anyway, they have dedicated themselves to educating citizens on candidates and proposed legislation and its potential effects on the city, state, and nation. They are also very active in their community. Some of their activities include performing and volunteering at community historical events, and volunteering at a local theater. Now, on Memorial Day, they place flags on each of the 15,300 graves at a nearby national cemetery, and then returned afterwards to pick them all up. Club members volunteered at local Republican fundraisers, charity events, and for a conservative political action committee. Their volunteer hours totaled over 19,700 hours.
Wow.
So on behalf of St. Tammany Parish government, we wish to recognize the Republican Teens of Slidell, or TARS, for receiving the 2015 and 2016 Outstanding TAR Club in the Nation Award. We'd also like to recognize these teens from Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana for their dedication in educating the public and for their many hours of volunteerism in our communities. Thank you. Miss Pat, you want to come say a few words?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. O'Brien. And to win this award one year is amazing, but to do it 2 years in a row is just unbelievable. I know it takes a lot of hard work, and we thank you very much for all you do. Thank you. Thank you, Maureen, for letting me share.
And Miss Jennings, did you want to say a few words as a sponsor? Okay, Travis.
All right. Last year, I was the president of the Republican Teens of Slidell, and it was a big honor to serve in that position. We're really dedicated to educating young people about what needs to be done in communities, because when people aren't politically involved, then nothing gets done. And we hear, day after day and week after week that, our generation doesn't care about what's going on. But as you can see, we do. And we are active, and it was just great winning these awards these last 2 years. And I would like to talk a little bit about when we go to Washington, D.C., and we usually go there about once a year. There is the conference held there, and it's a nationwide organization. There's clubs from Arizona and Kentucky and Florida and Texas. So it's just all over the nation, and we really get to meet a lot of friends, and we get to keep these lifelong friends from across the nation, and we just have a blast. However we can help with any campaign or any community involvement that's going on, and I'd really like to thank Miss O'Brien for doing this for us. This really means a lot, and I would like to thank President Brister for her leadership and the council. We really appreciate y'all and all the service that you guys serve the community. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, we'll turn around. Miss Pat, you want to get the adults and the, okay, one. The adults. Do you want to come?
Oh,
Some together.
Thank you. Maureen, where's Maureen? We want to give you.
Okay.
Am I hiding anyone?
no, you're good.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. Get close. You can't squeeze.
Thank you.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Great job, guys.
Okay, then our last presentation is something kind of near and dear to me because it happens to be, was in my district. I share it now with Mr. Lorino and Mr. Thompson. It's a presentation by Mr. Noble Young regarding the Miracle League North Shore. Ms. Shame on me.
It's okay, you're not the first and you probably won't be the last.
That's right.
For those of you who don't know me, my name is Noble Young. I'm with the Miracle League North Shore, and this week I was giving my presentation and somebody after me thanked me and said, we really don't take time to sit back and reflect on what all we do have in our lives. So I want everyone to take a second and think about a memory, a team, a coach that made an impact on your life and made you the person that you are today. And then imagine if you weren't able to have that experience. Miracle League North Shore is dedicated to providing recreational sports leagues to children with special needs. We have a partnership through Coquille, which is over in Covington, that will provide a piece of their property for us to build a field on, that we're in a capital campaign to raise the money to make that happen. I want to invite everyone to come out to Coquille on Field 6 on Tuesday nights at 6 p.m. to come out and just witness the pure joy that is in the eyes of these children as they get to play baseball. Because we are on a normal softball field and we don't have the artificial surface, there are participants that cannot play with us right now. So we're hoping to make this is literally the field of our dreams, a reality here in St. Tammany Parish. I thank President Brister for the support and the facilitations that she's had making this happen for us. So what I'm going to leave you with is that if you know anyone, any child, any family that may be interested in playing with us, please pass along our information. The second thing we always look for is volunteers. We have high school and college students that come out and volunteer. We provide a 1-to-1 ratio for our players. Their number one priority is their safety. The second priority is making sure that they're out there and they're having fun. So we are providing a benefit to our high school students who sometimes have never had the opportunity to interact with a child with special needs. And then lastly, the biggest benefit that our parents like is for that 1 hour, that hour and a half on Tuesday nights, they get to sit back and instead of being a primary caretaker, they just get to be a parent and enjoy the opportunity. So I see y'all have a very busy agenda tonight, so I'll let y'all get to it. Thank you again for the opportunity to come by this evening.
Thank you, Noble. Ms. Brister?
Mr. Dean, just one question of Noble. What is the age group? I didn't hear you say that. The age range, if you will.
We play right now ages 6 to 18.
Ms.
Yes,
Brister
sir.
has a statement.
Yeah, no, I've talked to Noble. I have another question.
Okay.
But thank you, Noble, for
Oh,
all you
okay.
do. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
Someone just came in that Ms. Blanchard and I would like to recognize. I know it's not on the agenda, but I think it's an award that's been won that we need to be proud of in St. Tammany. Would
Sure.
you allow us just to do
Of
that?
course.
Thank you. Congratulations. You want to speak, Michelle? I was a little late in finding this out. I just found out last night, and I'm ashamed of myself. But the East St. Tammany Chamber was honored to be recognized as the Louisiana Large Chamber of the Year. A complete package describing their organization, professional, and community development was submitted and sent to chamber executives outside of Louisiana for evaluation. And this chamber and their CEO brought home the award for the second time, I believe. Wow. So, which is very unusual also. So we just wanted to take a moment and thank them for what they do every day and a good job. So, Michelle, do it. Thank you.
Well, thank y'all so much for having us here this evening. I'm Dawn Sharp, CEO of the East St. Tammany Chamber. I've been in this position for about 10 years now, and it's just an honor for me to be able to represent the community that I was born and raised in. And we have almost 1,200 members, and this award really goes to our entire community, our St. Tammany Parish, and also all of the members that help us shine in St. Tammany. So thank all of you for all of you do, the leaders in our community, and we'll just keep doing what we do to make St. Tammany a great place to live, work, and play. Thank you very much.
Can you take one quick picture? Just one more minute, Mr. Chairman. We can be fine. Thank you. Thanks, Dawn. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Charles.
Okay, before I go any further, a couple of things. The Miracle League, one thing that I thought was kind of special was that she didn't try to solicit funds. They do take donations. I know there are a lot of people out there doing a lot of special things to try to, it's a pretty expensive undertaking. I can't remember how much it is, but it's a real special thing for us to have here in the parish and especially in District, over on the western side there. So they do take donations, I can tell you that. Okay, next thing before I go any further too, I was told the budget hearings that we started out with, discussing it first, going to be October 18th and 19th, 6 p.m. here in the council chambers. All right? Okay, the next part of our agenda is a consent calendar. Any items not pulled from the consent calendar excuse me, are automatically approved in whole by one vote. Items pulled from the consent calendar are discussed and voted upon individually. Let's see, so what I have right now to be pulled from the agenda is ordinances number 1, it's 5658. Number 2 is 5681. And I have a resolution number 10, resolution 10, number 4679. So I'm going to ask anybody on the council if they have anything. I'll start down here in District 2. Anybody? Okay. All right, nobody want to pull any of the items? Okay. Say that again.
5660. 5660.
Oh, that's ordinance for adoption.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So anyone here, Mr. Smith?
Item 12 and 13 on ordinances.
Okay, say that again. Number 12, you're talking about, we're on the consent calendar, so you're looking at, okay, so there are no other items to be pulled? Okay. Okay, so which one? Why is it not on mine? Okay, can you give me the item number?
Sure thing. Calendar 5691 and 5692.
Okay, all right. Okay, anyone in the audience need to pull any of the items off the consent agenda? Okay. Okay, so do I have a motion by Mr. Canulet, second by Mr. Stefancic to approve the consent agenda? Any discussion? Lower your lights, please.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Okay, I've been asked if we could pull resolution number 10 to the front. So if I could get to discuss, if I could get someone to make that motion. Motion by Mr. Belisario, second by Mr. Groby. Any discussion? Okay, vote please. Okay, Mr. Thompson has recused himself from this vote. Y'all remember turn your microphone on.
With the recusal from Mr. Thompson, motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Okay. So what we're going to do, folks, is to discuss the resolution CS 4679. It's a resolution approving certain action and proceedings taken by the Greater New Orleans Expressway Commission regarding toll revenue bonds. Should I read that whole thing? Resolution approving certain action and proceedings taken by the Greater New Orleans Expressway Commission in connection with the issuance of not exceeding $133 million Greater New Orleans Expressway Commission toll revenue bonds and providing for other matters, excuse me, in connection therewith, including the issuance of toll bond anticipation notes if deemed necessary. If you're familiar with the process, or if you're not, here's what we do. We have speaker cards. So each speaker whether it's for or against the project or the issue, will come up to the podium, state your name and where you're from, and then let us know. And you'll have 2 minutes per comment or per person. Please let me know, and I say this all the time, if you find yourself, because I don't know how many cards we have, but if you find yourself saying the same thing that the person and the person before you and the person before that say, then kind of save us the time. Anyway, and I do want you to have your say, but if it just kind of seemed like we're going over and over and over the same thing, then you need to kind of check that out, please, if you would. So, everybody understand? Okay, the first card, and again, it just kind of came from Mr. Carlton Dufreshow. I didn't mean to pick you up on the front one, but as luck would have it.
Members of the council, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Carlton Dufreshow with the Greater New Orleans Expressway Commission. I think all of you know what we're talking about this evening to the Expressway Commission. It's all about safety. The causeway is a magnificent bridge. It's 60 years old. It is still structurally very robust because maintenance has been continual. On an average year, we'll do $4 to $5 million worth of maintenance on the bridge. It is largely responsible, I'd suggest, for the majority of growth in St. Tammany Parish and the North Shore over the last 60 years. If we back up the clock, because Parish has expanded north and south and east and west, and population has grown manyfold, and also the economy has grown manyfold. And St. Tammany is a magnificent place, and certainly that's the reason that many people are attracted to it, and you're leading the state in most areas today. Unlike the parish, however, the causeway has been stuck in a time warp when it comes to expansion. We have the same bridges that we did in 1956 and 1969. Yet, like the parish, the traffic on the causeway has increased manyfold. Today on the causeway, we have, at morning and evening commutes, we are at capacity. We have the same volume of traffic per lane as the I-10 twin spans do. However, the twin spans have 3 lanes going south plus 2 shoulders and 3 lanes going north and plus 2 shoulders, and the causeway is stuck with 2 lanes going in both directions. Many say that the causeway is the safest roadway and bridge around, and I would like to believe it is. It's due to that, in my opinion, for 3 reasons. First of all, our commuters, they need it, they use it as a tool for their livelihoods, and they respect it and appreciate it and look after each other. Secondly, our police forces, they are magnificent. The roadway is the most highly regulated roadway, not only in the state, probably the Gulf Coast, maybe the country. And there is no 2 ways about it. Strong enforcement, rigid enforcement is a direct correlation to safety. However, there is so much blood you can squeeze out of a turnip, and we've squeezed that blood out of the turnip for enforcement as much as we can. The third is response time. The response time when there's an incident on the bridge from our dispatchers, our motorist assist, our police is phenomenal. However, even saying that, we have, just in the last 24 hours, between yesterday at 3:30 when we had a shift change to today when I left the office, we had 73 responses on the causeway. The problems we face in the future will be St. Tammany Parish is going to continue to grow. The causeway traffic will continue to grow. There's no 2 ways about that. I'm sorry. The short story, sir, is that we've decided not to kick the can down the road anymore. Safety is imperative to us, and that's why we're here to ask you to allow us to finance the safety improvements for the bridge. Thank you very much.
Thank
Good
you.
evening.
Okay, Donovan, is it Drewer?
Drews.
I'm sorry?
Drews.
Okay.
And I'm first. Wow.
I'm sorry?
Said I'm first. I don't know if you want me first.
You got 2 minutes.
2 minutes. All right, Mid-Body Commission. The bridge is safe. But I'm going to read this because if not, I'm going to get upset. 12 to 16 meetings, the majority of people said no, ignored by the commission. I hope that with one of the largest bond proposals ever for this parish, for something like this, and all council people have reviewed all these tapes for these 12 to 16 meetings. Anything less than that, that means that we're not really keeping up with all the meetings of the people saying no. To be clear, it's disrespectful to the hardworking people to put the cost of this bridge, that's over 70%, and that's irrefutable. 70% of the cost goes onto the St. Tammany people that are crossing that bridge. Irrefutable. Now, these people want, if they want these, this $133 million or 105, or the number keeps changing. If they want that, then bring it to the vote of the people. They always want to say it can't be done. Sure, it can be done. Okay? And who should vote? The people that cross the bridge. First with the toll tags. Find out what they want. But no, we're not going to do that. We're going to treat them like they're ignorant and we don't know. They don't know enough for us to treat them with respect. I'm here to fight for their rights, and I'm here to make a point. As such, I want you to know I'm not your friend. You're an elected official. I will follow every one of your re-elections to hold each and every one of you all accountable for this decision. Please vote for this. Vote for political suicide, because these are the people that cross the bridge that vote for each and every one of you. I am well-funded, and I will bring every one of you all to bear for this. I also want the parish president to know, you back this, it's the same thing, political suicide. This proposal is disrespectful. The commission has been disrespectful. Every time a person has said they did not like it, it was dismissed. And they took the one person that seems to be paid to come up here and say, oh, yeah, you know, this is the greatest thing ever. I think the last time we found somebody from Houston that had to come in here and say, oh, yeah, we need this. From Houston, really? That's what we had to bring in. I'm not going to spend any more of your time. The purpose I'm here for is to say I am going to fight for these rights. This is wrong. This is a huge bond proposal. We can't pay off what we have already.
Thank you. Let me just say that we will have order in this place, or we'll stop the discussion, all right? We have to be civil. Whether you believe it or not, everybody has to be fair to one another, please. I'm not asking anything that I don't think should be done. Mr. Gary Leonard?
Kind of hard to follow that one. Gary Leonard, 675 Kiskatom, Mandeville. What Mr. Dufour didn't mention to you in his 2 minutes and some seconds is that we already have a safe bridge, 2.1 times safer than any roadway you travel in the state of Louisiana. That's a fact that they have actually made mention of themselves in front of you guys, I think the last time we met. But even more so, wouldn't it show more fiscal responsibility to find a way to have these $2.1 million of diversions? Now, it's diversions that they bury in their finances under interagency expenses, $2.1 million. 1.6 goes to the Huey P. Long Bridge. What do we get out of that? As the gentleman said, 70% of us pay for it. We don't get anything out of it. The other 30% of that, 40%, goes to all the different parishes. NOPD gets bulletproof vests for their police officers. Why don't you ask our sheriff, wouldn't he love to have that money for bulletproof vests for our officers? No, it goes into our general fund. No telling where it goes, to be honest with you. But wouldn't it show more fiscal responsibility if we put this in front of our state legislators? It's only 6 more months before they go to session. Let them put it in front of the voters, far be it in front of the voters, and let them decide. And let them change the state law, which, as the Dufour said, it would not change until they change the state law. Well, that's fine. Let's let the state legislature decide. Let the state legislature be heard from by their constituents, and let them decide whether they want these diversions to continue to go where they go. Thank you.
Thank you. John Raymond.
Hey guys, thank you so very much. I'm John Raymond from Lacombe, Louisiana, and I'm the Vice Chairman of the Republican Parish Executive Committee, and excited to talk tonight about this very interesting debate. I do want to say that it is an honor to live in St. Tammany Parish. And in fact, that's one reason that we're all here tonight, is because we do live in such a great parish, and it's worth a few of my seconds to say that. I'm on the chaplain's corps for the coroner, and we're the only parish in the entire state that has that. My son is a fireman in Slidell, and it's the only district in the fire district that has national accreditation in the entire state of Louisiana, and then the Slidell Police Department, one of only a few nationally accredited police departments. And then this great board up here, all that you do. Now, I say that to say this: it's an amazing place to live in St. Tammany Parish. And in fact, the reason we're here is because Mr. Carlton is doing a phenomenal job keeping the safety rate as high as it is on the causeway. And I think we need to recognize that he is not a villain. He is, in fact, a hero, and the causeway is 2 to 3 times safer than any other comparable stretch of road. And I, for one, appreciate the job he's doing. So, Carlton, I don't know where you are, but I'm going to personally thank you, man. Appreciate it. And yet at the same time, it's because of that I would say, on behalf of the Republican Parish Executive Committee, that this expenditure is not necessary. We do know that the tolls will increase. There is no guarantee that they will ever decrease, especially if it is not paid for. And we're talking about $1/3 billion and somewhere in excess of that. So we're looking at something that could take over 1,000 years to pay off. We're talking great-great-great-grandchildren paying this ticket for a long time to come, based on the track record of our payment history on that project. And they also mentioned a few things that I'm going to say, so I'll pass up on that. But here's one thing that I'll mention, and I'll sit down. We talk about the safety bays, and that's a neat idea. When you look at the little video, it looks really cool, and I'd love to have those safety bays. I jump out of planes. I was on Survivor. I'm a scuba diver. I'm a risk taker, but my wife is not. And when we're traveling on the south side, on the southbound lane, she says, I wish those rails were higher. But you know what we also do? We slow down a little bit. We're a little bit more responsible. And so I'm not sure if the higher rails is going to make people more safe or even speed up. As far as the safety bays go, everybody knows that the right-hand lane of the interstate is the most dangerous lane. That's where all the accidents happen. Why? Because people are merging on and they're merging off. And so what we're doing is we're creating 6 bays that will create a substantially higher rate of merging traffic. And one of the reasons that Causeway is as safe as it is because there is no merging traffic. I would say that we keep it the way it is, pay it off, let the state take it over, and ultimately we'll be benefited from it. Thank you so very much.
Roy Burns. How are you, sir?
Fine, thank you, Chairman Dean. So nice to see you.
Good seeing
Council,
you.
our President, thank you for all that you do here. I'm here, I've been asked to come here as the representative of the St. Tammany Parish RPEC, as John did. And John made some very good points. And the RPEC is vehemently, and that's the term that our President says to use to you, we are vehemently opposed to the proposition that amounts to a tax increase on the people of St. Tammany Parish. We see that as nothing but a tax increase. Our analysis came down to this. The chairman, Mr. Dufresno, he came before us our last meeting, and he did a fantastic job of telling us about the causeway, and he couched this in terms of a public safety issue. And yet, as we went through his analysis, he talked us out of that this is really not a safety issue, that the causeway is extremely safe, and the things that they were going to do had nothing to do with the 73 responses that they had to do. 90% of the accidents that occur or the responses on the causeway have to do with breakdowns, and we know that the response time is under 2 minutes. We have fabulous policemen, and we also have fabulous equipment out there that pushes these things into our crossovers. And so therefore, the analysis is that this is really not a safety issue, because the things that they want to do is to raise the rails, and we don't think that that's cost effective. For one person who goes over and may die, that's true. For that person, there's no amount of money that could bring that person back. But life happens as far as that's concerned. And then on the other side of the equation, we had Mr. Charles Goodwin from the Concerned Citizens of St. Tammany Parish, and he's going to give his points, I'm assuming. And when we weighed it all together, and this is 19 people from Slidell, from Folsom to Covington, and back, and we came to the conclusion is that this is not a good fiscally responsible. It is not a fiscally responsible thing $130 million. We currently have $40 million worth of debt. The bridge is 60 years old, and we can't pay off the bridge at $43 million over the period of about 66 years. I have to say, it's not that I don't know about this. I was born and raised here. I went across the causeway on the very day that it opened in a brand new Ford car from Covington Motors with my dad. We came back to Fontainebleau State Park, where all the good community leaders were, and we had a great thing. So I thank you. The RPEC is vehemently opposed to this. We think it's not cost effective. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roy. Mr. James Blazek.
Thank you. Jim Blazek from Lacombe, Louisiana. The Attorney General wrote an opinion in 1990. It's number 90-179, June 7th, 1990, that stated all surplus from the collection of the causeway tolls, which are actually a tax, should go to the pay down of the surplus and should be paying down the debt. This has not happened. As you know now, I think recently, due to the work of the concerned citizens, have shown that $2.1 million is going out the back door, not being used for the intended purpose, as the Attorney General stated. In 1999, the Supreme Court stated that when you have a tax, and this is a tax for a specific purpose, crossing the tollway, that money can only be used to pay down the debt and the expenses. This has not happened. What has been happening over these many years is these $2.1 million have been going out the back door and not for the intended purpose of the tax that was being collected on the citizens that drove across and paid the tolls. That is totally illegal. We have asked Carlton, when we met with him before all this started, to give us time to go to the legislators to have this repealed and have this money, this tax, pay down the debt so we wouldn't have to be increasing the debt all the time. We asked him just for some time to do that. He said, no, we need to do it now. There is no safety study that they have given us that shows that these two proposals will make it safer. So there is no urgency to do that. In fact, as you know, coming in the next few years, there will be a lot of new technology on cars that will make it even safer stopping along that line. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Carl Ernst. General Ernst.
It's either General Confusion or General Electric, take your pick. Carl Ernst, Lacombe. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I very much appreciate the time, and I know this is a tough subject for everybody in this room. I just want to use some numbers, and I spent all my time as a grunt, so grunts aren't noted to be the smartest people in the room, so they tend to use simplistic things. I want to talk a little bit about safety. It's already been said that the causeway is 2.5 times safer than the other area roads. I won't repeat that, but your chances of being killed by a shark is 1 in 3.8 million. Chances of being killed by lightning is 1 in 11 million. Chances of being killed or going overboard in the causeway, not being killed, just going overboard in the causeway, is 1 in 13.3 million. Now, in contrast, in the state of Louisiana, the chances of getting killed in an automobile accident is 1 in 6,580. Okay, so the causeway is more than a little bit safer than the roads in Louisiana, more than a little bit. Some other numbers. You don't need to do this now. And if we take the time, we can ultimately get the DOTD, state DOTD, to take this over, and federal funds included. Some numbers. The improvements to the UEP Long Bridge, $1.2 billion by the state of Louisiana. And that was 3 or 4 years ago. Y'all, I think everybody remembers that, okay, when they widened that and made it safer. The UEP Long Bridge this coming year is going to get an additional 19.8 from the state, million dollars, to clean and paint the bridge. The Crescent City connection, which the commission was eliminated on that, to be remembered by a referendum of the people of the area several years ago, $19.9 million to the Crescent City connection this coming business year to clean and paint one of the two bridges. The other one was recently painted, I think 2 years ago, for about $16 million, okay, on top of that. This coming year, $17 million by the state will be spent on the US 190 Mississippi River Bridge over in Baton Rouge, okay? So the state puts money into this infrastructure. In addition to that, the only toll bridge left in the state is the causeway, okay? So my little simple grunt mind says, why should we get a bond that's going to go on for hundreds of years when we can turn this over to the state as soon as we can? So my only thing I say is, don't do this now. We got time. Let's take a step back. Let's do it. Let's take it to the people. I think the people have a right to vote on this one. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Cindy Rester.
I'm Cindy Rester from Lacombe, Louisiana. I have actually a question. Why can't we postpone this vote? Why can't we allow the causeway to reevaluate lower cost options? Why is there such a rush? Shouldn't we have highway professionals evaluate this? Why aren't the St. Tammany Parish citizens being given an opportunity to vote on a $133 million expenditure of their money? Wouldn't that be good governance? The answer is that they know it would not pass. The Causeway's proposal does not have the support of most of St. Tammany Parish. While they are not required to let us vote, it would surely be the good governance thing to do. That's what we ask of you.
Thank you. Ralph Rosto.
Good evening. I thank you for allowing me this opportunity to address this panel. I'd like a show of hands, please, by all of the people on the panel that drive across the causeway every day. Oh, so it wouldn't cost y'all anything to tax us more, would it now? Now, as Carlton Dufreshow admitted, the causeway is at capacity. It's gotten more cars on it, paying the current toll than it's ever had. So raising the toll is not going to lower the capacity, it's just going to tax us more. And it will not improve the safety because, as it's already stated, it's already too safe. So safe you almost have to back up to get in the wreck. And according to this commission, paying this daggone much money is backing up. And another thing, we kind of don't appreciate threats to silence our opposition. We don't like that at all, because we oppose this. We oppose this, like this guy over here said, vehemently. If we're threatened to shut down our opposition, we can shut down this meeting in a minute, in less than 60 seconds. It wouldn't take much, so please don't threaten us. I mean, it's not nice to threaten your own constituents. Now, it was a very small minority of patriots that fought to free this nation from a government that would not hear their opposition to their rules and regulations. It won't take much to do it again. Thank you.
And I still do ask that everybody please act civil. I don't mean that to be a threat, just please act civil. Thank you. Okay, Damian Roberts.
I'm from Bush, Louisiana. All you fine Republicans here, I'm a very liberal guy. I'm very much opposed to this basic tax increase. I think it's silly. I think it's wasteful. And I hope that this parish council actually listen to the will of the people, which you seem to be loath to do. Witness the case involving the referendum, which said we should keep our district attorney as the parish council's attorney. Okay, you not only ignored the people's vote, you also ignored the law of this parish, which is in the parish charter. I'm cautioning all of you. You need to vote for the people, not for your own private or self-interest. Thank you.
Okay, Kenny Kehoe.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me this opportunity. I may cover some of the ground that's already been covered because I have something in order here, so I'll make it very quick. So tonight we have before us a $133 million causeway bond issue that's going to rise to almost $300 million over the life of the debt. There's been an avalanche of evidence demonstrating that the reasons for the proposed bond are bogus. It's not needed, but more importantly, it's not wanted. If you ask 1,000 or 10,000 St. Tammany taxpayers if they wanted to shoulder $200 million in debt over the next couple of decades, I doubt you'd get 1% in favor of it. So we have in front of you an issue that's not needed, not wanted, but what's worse is where the money goes. It's out in the open now that sizable chunks go to other parishes' pet projects, and it does nothing for the people who shoulder the debt, the St. Tammany taxpayer. Now, I know some folks argue it's the law, but we heard tonight that the law has been violated. So it's either bad law or the law is being broken by diverting the funds, okay? Bad laws are enacted every day by people who seek to further their own private agenda. Bad laws are not to be supported, but challenged. And tonight, the challenge before you is whether you'll support the Causeway Commission and the members of the state legislature who stand behind bad laws to perpetuate their own agenda, or whether you'll stand with the taxpayer of St. Tammany. Whether you will, as the preamble of our Home Rule Charter states, will be responsive to and representative of all of the citizens of the parish in trust with God for St. Tammany. I ask you, please vote this issue down. Thank you.
Thank you. Lee Barrios.
Lee Barrios from Abita Springs. I wanted to come today to voice my opposition, not because of the money it would cost me to go across the causeway, because I also don't go on a daily basis across the causeway. And I'm only going to speak to the supposed issue of safety and the raising of the barriers to create a safer environment. The safer we falsely perceive we are or are led to believe we are, the riskier we tend to become. That's human nature. Raising the barriers will not make it safer for either the driver of the vehicle who's in trouble or those behind him that will be hit if he does stay on the roadway. If we really want to address the issue of safety, why not first of all consider those things that are free or that might even generate more income if rules were enforced? For instance, we need to lower the speed limit on the causeway. It used to be 55 miles per hour. Now it's 65. We could also, for instance, require large commercial trucks or vehicles pulling trailers or campers to stay in the right-hand lane, and maybe even to maintain, if we don't lower the speed limit, 55 miles per hour. I believe it's the Chafalaya, I call it Chafalaya Causeway, Basin Causeway, that actually has a similar rule to that. So we need to if we want to really make the causeway safer, we need to enforce the existing laws we have. Those people, you cannot go across the causeway without being passed at over 65 miles an hour consistently. And I don't see these people getting ticketed. Also, the texting on the telephone is really scary. That could be enforced by requiring hands-free telephones on the causeway, and I believe that the causeway could make its own rules on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Larry Race.
President Brister, Council, thanks for giving me time to come up here tonight. I won't be redundant on anything that's already been said. I am speaking for the proposition tonight, and I think you all know this, but for 8 years I was on the Causeway Commission and sat at your all's pleasure. So I know the inside workings of the Causeway. I know what goes on out there, and yes, it is very safe. There's no question about it. The response time is unbelievable. First thing I'd like to say, I don't really think any of us would like to see that bridge be handed over to the state. I don't think that's a good idea. If something goes wrong out there, you got to call Troop B or whatever it is and get somebody out there. And, you know, I think having their own police force is a very, very good idea. Excuse me. As far as the safety issue goes, one of the biggest problems I see with it is that once a problem is known, and I think the attorneys could speak to this, that once there's a problem that's known, if you don't take care of it responsibly, then you're liable for whatever might happen or may not happen. And nothing has occurred just yet, although ongoing we have some things that are going, but I'm no longer on the Causeway Commission, by the way. I got off. But I will tell you one thing, just a little bit of experience, and Mr. Thompson probably remembers this, but I was out there in the famous 52-car wreck. And that was back in the early 80s, I believe it was. And let me tell you, there was no place to hide from anything. It was just one after another. And, you know, you stop and think about it, when you have, a lot of us have gotten through our kids, you know, driving across the bridge. Whether you know it or not, they're doing it. And I tell you, I just think that safety is so, so important. And the only method of doing it is with revenues. And you stop and think about it, the revenues haven't been raised in 20 years. You know, started at $1, went to $2, still $2 today if you go get your tag, and it's going to $3. You know, I hope all y'all aren't making the same amount of money you made 20 years ago. You know, it costs money to do things. And I think the maintenance has been fantastic. That bridge is going to be there for a long time. But most of us wouldn't even be here without that bridge. So there's many other things to talk about, but it's a clean operation. The budget hadn't changed in 5 years. That's unbelievable. And I wish that y'all would support it for the safety of all. And I was a commuter for 23 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rick Franzo.
Good evening, Council, Good evening, Chair. My name is Rick Franzo. I'm with Lacombe, President of Concerned Citizens, St. Tammany. I just wanted to bring up that this morning I got a phone call from Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser. I believe he sent you a copy of a letter that he sent to all the council. He asked me to read it publicly to everybody here, so I'm going ahead and read this letter from Billy Nungesser to the Parish Council. I understand, honorable members of council, I understand you are currently considering an increase to the tolls paid by travelers crossing the Causeway Bridge between the north and south shores of Lake Pontchartrain. As Lieutenant Governor, I am tasked with promoting the entire state and managing the state parks, including the ones on the North Shore. We have been working diligently to increase visitation throughout the state, and this is added expense will hinder travel and reduce the number of visitors to attractions and state parks outside of New Orleans. Instead of this toll increase, I ask you to consider actions that will encourage travel to your area. Additionally, my Office of Tourism is strategically focused on promoting the use of our wonderful fishing assets, horse facilities located throughout our state. However, if you approve the toll increases under this consideration, Those travelers with a horse or boat trailer will see a spike in their cost to crossing Lake Pontchartrain. For these reasons and my fiscal conservative principles, I ask you to vote against the toll increase. I appreciate your consideration. Sincerely, Billy Nongassa, Lieutenant Governor. I just would like to add to that, it's astounding to me that a bridge that is statistically one of the safest roadways in the country, our Causeway Commission gurus suggest that by imposing hundreds of millions in debt and higher tolls in order to assure that the people in SUVs can continue to drive 65 miles per hour while reading their Facebook page. The logical and responsible action will be to lower legal speed limits to 55 miles per hour. The citizens of St. Tammany Parish pay 10.25% sales tax, which is the highest in the nation, along with having a property tax that is the highest in the state. Yet we continue to go down a path of spending more money that we don't have, only to serve the interest of a few. On behalf of CCST and myself personally, I respectfully ask you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. David Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Although I have great respect and a good working relationship with the Causeway, my constituents will be adversely affected by this proposal. It's not necessary, and it will be very costly. I conducted an online survey this week, got about 500 or so responses already, and nearly 80% of those who responded are opposed to this bond issue. So I urge you to please vote against this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Charles Goodwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Charles Goodwin, Mandeville. I believe we could probably all agree, I certainly hope you agree, that if the Causeway's proposals are so factual, so grounded in good study, so flawless, and so unassailable that they represent virtual perfection, why do you have to vote on it so fast? It appears to me that the Causeway is about to create a train wreck to avoid a car wreck because some of their proposals are just border on irresponsible. The Causeway, per its PRR reply to me, has not one single study, not one single fact, not one itsy-bitsy piece of evidence or proof. At number one, their proposals will do what they say they will do, mainly to make us safer. And worse, number two, they can't even prove that it is not going to make it worse instead of make it better. If the agency wants to show it's interested in safety, let it do its homework, get its facts, and do something that is grounded in fact and not in theory and just in response to their own egos to make everybody feel good. This is not a feel-good issue. It is not a safety issue. It's safe enough. Nor is it a revenue issue. They have excess tolls right now. What this is a spending issue, and the Causeway is spending out of control. It has had 4 refinancings each time it withdrew money. Now they're seeking $133 million, which is going to be $296 million with the interest. You add that to the existing debt, we're up to $350 million. And if they use the same payment method and percentage on this debt that they have so far to date for the last 60 years worth of history, they will be paying on this for 1,196 years. If that's financially responsible, please raise your hand. When RPEC had Carlton and me face off, what I got out of that is RPEC seemed to really get its knickers in a wad because of the financial irresponsibility being shown by the Causeway Commission. Carlton is not the only one responsible here. He has his check signed by the commissioners. He has to do as he's told, just as we all did when we worked for somebody else. I'm not picking on him yet, Carlton. Okay. But it is just ironic that they want to jump into this, and what is more stupefying is you people up there think it's something that has to be done now, and it does not.
Mr. Charles, you need to wrap it up, please.
Yes, sir. Okay.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
I'm just gonna let it go at that. I've made my say, and if anybody has a question, I'll meet with you after chambers to answer it. But please, if this thing is not flawless, if it's so inassailable, why don't you just let the people look at it? Why don't you look at it? I bet you about 90% of the people up here listened to their presentation. You made your decision without listening to mine because you wouldn't let me give mine. So I ask you please to lay this or just vote it down.
Thank you. Mr. Jim Harlan.
I'm Jim Harlan, a resident of Covington and Lacombe. I'm an engineer with a doctorate in public policy. One of the key things one learns in public policy is that good government is based on a careful evaluation of costs relative to benefits. My understanding from the detailed discussion that was led by the gentleman who was just here was that there is no cost-benefit analysis that justifies the expenditure reaching into the pockets of the toll payers on the bridge to justify this expenditure. On a good government basis, the reason that you people have to take a vote is that a non-elected appointed commission whose primary focus is the causeway has made a proposal that they have to pass through the elected representatives, the people, you people. Have you read a cost-benefit assessment that says the cost is worth the benefit? Have you? Can you show me your hands? I think not. So and why, if that's the case, can we not pause in what is a decade-long investment to require the commission to produce the cost-benefit analysis, the engineering analysis of both the cost, the disruption, including the disruption costs when all this construction is going on, compared to taking money out of the pockets of people that have to cross that bridge. I strongly recommend that you delay and vote no and ask the Causeway Commission to produce information to justify whatever is proposed, which my understanding is they have specifically not done. Thank you.
Okay, that's all the cards from the audience. Now I'll go to the council. Mr. Taladano.
Mr. Dean, thank you very much. To say the least, people feel very strongly about this issue. And so I'm going to start off telling you how strongly I feel about what we're doing here tonight. This is about government. And I mentioned this once before in a meeting. Government only functions as long as people exercise civility. Now, the first gentleman got up there, and somewhere else out in a parking lot, I would consider that a threat. Someone else followed him. I consider that another threat. You do not make any progress in government by threatening people and threatening the gentlemen and ladies in this group. So here's the other side of the story for all of the people in this room who came because they care. And I refer to the people who are opposed, and I refer to the people who are for. But please listen carefully. What we do up here, we don't get paid enough money for. What? Listen, yeah. Listen, let me offer this suggestion to you. We listen respectfully, and I'm going to ask that you listen respectfully also. But here's what we do. When an issue is presented to us, despite what anybody thinks, we look at it very carefully. We spend time. I personally have been from the North Shore to the South Shore and probably have spent upward of 40 to 50 hours looking at this question, looking at it from every perspective. Because contrary to what I see written sometimes by one of the gentlemen who came to this podium tonight, nobody tells me and nobody tells these other councilmen what to do in St. Tammany Parish. I don't jump for anybody, and these brothers and sisters up here, my experience is, they don't do it either. Whether you laugh or not, that's the truth. So here's what I suggest to you. There's a point and there is a counterpoint. Well, here's the counterpoint, so that everybody knows that this is a considered judgment. A gentleman, I believe his name was Mr. Blasix, he got up here and he said, well, a 1995 Attorney General's opinion makes this an inappropriate expenditure. I'm paraphrasing. Well, what Mr. Blasix did not look at is a 2005 opinion when the Highway Fund number 2 was amended, and specifically it says that prior to the transfer back to the Treasury, such surplus funds, surplus funds to the Treasury, the Commission shall use so much of said surplus as be necessary for its officers to police the Huey P. Long Bridge, and shall transfer $50,000 each fiscal year to the parishes of St. Charles, St. John the Baptist, Tangipahoa. So understand this for everybody in the audience. We can blame the Causeway Commission. We can blame St. Tammany Parish Council, but none of these people or entities had anything to do with this. As a practical fiscal matter, none of us in St. Tammany Parish or any of the 7 parishes are paying for those things. Despite that, in other words, it's coming out of the highway fund. It's not coming out of yours and my tolls. Point number 2. I personally, along with this body government, passed a resolution a month ago. Time flies when you're having a really nice time. We passed a resolution saying and imploring the state legislature to look at that resolution and consider, even though those funds aren't costing us directly, but to remove those funds from the responsibility of Mr. Dufresne's group. He's not doing it because he wants to. He's not doing it because it's someone's fiefdom. He's doing it because he is legislatively mandated. So Mr. Lorino and I and others, one of the representatives of the Causeway Commission, Mr. LaSalle, met with a group to try to get that promoted. So no, behind the scenes, your council is working with the legislature to get that change, and that resolution is a matter of record. So where does that leave us? Well, here's where it leaves us in my view, because what happens is, and there's a rumor that we have a couple of other controversial things on the agenda, so I might as well get it out right now. We, as your representatives, are mandated to do a couple of things. One is to always be honest and forthright in our dealings. The second is to do our diligence and ably and vocally not be afraid to say what needs to be said in representing the people in St. Tammany Parish. So here's what we're dealing with. We're not voting tonight on the toll increase. None of these people up here have a doggone thing to do with the toll increase. Mr. Lorino knows that well because he was on the Causeway Commission, and I believe our attorney will explain that in due course. We're not voting on any toll increase at all. Now remind you, this is a whopping $20 a month if you drive the Causeway 20 times. Fact of the matter is, so everybody in the audience knows, the Causeway Commission already passed the toll increase. We have nothing to do with it. We can't eliminate it. We can't do a doggone thing about it. They have now said it will be effective in May of 2018. So understand, all we're asked to do, 17, thank you very much. I got my, what do you call them, checkers in politics, what do you call them? Truth checkers or something like that. I know Mr. Blasix, I'll give him that opinion later because he's a lawyer and he'll want to read it. But point of fact is, all we're asked to do is ratify the financing mechanism. Now, if it's not approved, that is to say, if us and Jefferson Parish do not approve that, it is still going to be a toll increase. So a lot of you good people here come here understandably, not confused because it's an intellectual thing, but because I don't think you've been told all the information. Well, in the meantime, we have received assurance from the Causeway Commission that the bonding opportunity will be up to $133 million. However, they continue to explore through federal highway funds and whatever other mechanism to overcome that and not have to pay that much. Now, the other point, another couple of points to be made. I'm the opposite of a mathematician, so excuse me if I don't have it exactly right. But this is a bridge that is 60 years old, that is the lifeblood of this community. Whether we say it or believe it or not, the reality is St. Tammany Parish would not have grown as it did grow unless the causeway would have been there. And it's a unique highway system because there is no shoulders. So I just took some time to figure out something, and there's 31,000 toll tags in operation generally, 31,000. I took that figure and I figured it back on a per capita basis, and I extrapolated that out to 2030, and by that time we will have 49,000 people driving the causeway. Now, just figure logically yourself, how many breakdowns and issues did Mr. Dufresne say you had in that short a period of time of that window? Well, just figure out what that might be with 49,000 commuters. So my point is that for people to say it's not needed, I would have to use the word, and I hear Mr. Franco speaking, and I wonder if he could possibly do me the same respect I did him. Because I didn't speak. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. I didn't interrupt you. Don't interrupt me. Thank you very much. Thank you. Here's the point. Another gentleman said, there is no scientific justification for these improvements. I suggest to you, and if I was a little faster, I could pull it up faster. Not only did that group spend years before they came to us in Jefferson Parish looking at this, researching it, testing with the Texas Traffic Institute and Gulf Engineering, which does a lot of interstate work. They have looked at this very, very carefully. I am convinced as a layman, not as an engineer, that these improvements will save somebody's life. They might have saved the life of a good friend of mine's father several years ago that got wiped out on the bridge because he couldn't make a crosswalk. Now, so that everybody in the audience knows what's what, that another issue is, well, it's a waste of money. Well, here's something unique in government, and I found it unique. I didn't know until I did the research. The budget of the causeway in the last 10 years has not gone up. It's gone down. If you index those funds and index the figures, it's gone down $5.3 million their operation. But in reality, it's gone down $3 million. So to me as a layperson, and I sat out in the audience much longer than I sat in this chair, and maybe after tonight I won't get to sit here much longer than 3 years, but that's okay. I can deal with that. Excuse me. What I'm saying to you is, there is a statement here to be made that these gentlemen and the leadership that causeway has at this point in time has actually done a good job of managing our dollars. Now, it becomes then a question when we add all this together. And the time that I spent in this issue is probably a multiple of what these ladies and gentlemen have spent on time. So what I have to do is I have to balance all this and say, what's good for the whole? And I respectfully suggest that even though possibly there is a $2 toll increase if you don't buy a toll tag, but anybody now can buy a toll tag. So we're talking about a $1 increase. Since 1956, now I want you to find any place in America this applies. In 1956 to 1995, no increase. In 1995, a whopping 50-cent increase, but you go two ways, so it becomes $1. Since 1995, no increase. So therefore, since this causeway was built in 1956, there's been a $1 increase. Now, the other point, lest it not be overlooked, is people say, well, we have still this amount of bonds outstanding. Well, what I think we all forget in this group is, you know what? They built another causeway next to it. They made $25 million improvements for our benefit on the North Shore. They made another $15 million on the South Shore, and they've made multiple other safety improvements. None of us like paying any more. I'm probably the tightest person in America. I don't like paying any more, but the reality is, for me to pay up to $20 a month to save someone's life and to reduce a hazard, which engineers have told us can be done, to me is more than prudent and more than responsible. We don't like it because you wish we didn't have to do it, but I believe in my mind it would be irresponsible for the Causeway Commission, as a lawyer, I say to us, irresponsible if they ignored the safety hazards. I have looked at every one of those overboards. I have a record of them. I've looked at every one of them very, very carefully. A lot of them, it's patently obvious, could have been avoided had there been safety bays, which in my uneducated view is even more important than the rails. So I say this to everybody in this audience with the utmost due respect. Understand that we look at this carefully. We try to do the right thing. We think this is a legitimate safety issue. Had we found that they would have been abusing their budget of late, I think that would have caused us some concern. To the contrary, they've reduced it. For all of those reasons, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your time. I might have taken too much time, but I thought these things needed to be said. Thank you.
Where's my retort? You're not going to retort since you attacked me directly? Do I get a retort?
No.
have an opportunity for rebuttal.
No, sir. No, sir. Please have a seat. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Eads had put a card in.
I did. I'm sorry. I put two different topics on one card, so I apologize for that. But thank you. My name is Bonnie Eads. I'm the Executive Director with the North Shore Business Council. There's been a lot of discussion here tonight, and I think I don't want to be repetitive, but Carlton did mention that the age of these bridges, and that they were built in 1959, followed by the 1969 addition. The northbound bridge, which was built in '69, was built specifically to handle the increased traffic demands, particularly for commuters going to and from the North Shore. Simply speaking, what we have today is much heavier traffic usage on a 20th century bridge with 21st century vehicles, for instance, the SUVs and pickups. The annual traffic on the Causeway Bridge is estimated to be 12 million vehicles. St. Tammany's population in 2015 was a little over 288,000 people, and the projected population in the next 10 years, assuming a medium growth rate, is expected to almost double what it is today, coming in at some 459,000 people. Therefore, we can expect a corresponding increase in the traffic going across the Causeway Bridge. Imagine over 20 million vehicles per year passing on these two-lane bridges that were designed and engineered for safety using 20th century standards. We simply can't support a 21st century economy with mid-20th century infrastructure in our growing North Shore region. Dealing with the expected increases in traffic year after year without any shoulders or safety bays, traffic jams and accidents will also rise significantly. Likewise, without the raising of the guard rails on the southbound bridge, we can expect significantly more overboard accidents and or fatalities. Therefore, we need to look beyond today and plan for our future, and we need to do that right now. Since inception, the only toll increase on the bridge was in '95, as Mr. Toledano indicated. It was done to perform infrastructure maintenance. The Causeway Commission operates on an annual budget of some $22 million a year. That is just slightly more than the budget of one of our largest fire districts, just one fire district in St. Tammany Parish.
Ms. Eads, you have to wrap it up.
Yes, sir.
Just wrap up your last thought.
Okay, thank you. The Causeway Bridge is an important economic engine of the parish, and we ask that the council approve the resolution today for the issuance of bonds. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so is it? Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Toledano. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Canulet. Okay, I see some lights. Who was first? Ms. O'Brien?
Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Dufreshow, and I think I'm the only one who pronounced his name correctly tonight, for a great job. But I will tell you honestly, over and over again, when I press that button, I ask myself, what is my job? And my job is to represent the wishes of my district. And in my district, people don't want it, or they want more time to get more information, more research on the safety issues. I can't help but ask this question: what is the compelling reason, and I'm going to say that again, compelling reason to vote for this now? I think we need to answer some of the questions that have been asked. I think they've been asked respectfully about research to back up the claims that this will make it safer. People make points about more entries and exits on the bridge that may in fact make it worse. I'm not an engineer, I don't know. But I think it would be respectful for us to at least try to answer those questions. Again, I have to vote. My job is to vote in support of what my district wants. And I do it all the time, and I'm not going to stop tonight. I will not be able to support this because in Mandeville District 10, people do not want this approved tonight. I think at a minimum, we should delay.
Okay, Mr. Lorino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to say a lot of things, but I appreciate everybody out here with their opinion. I appreciate every council member up here with their opinion. Everybody, if they're doing their job, looks at this issue and every other issue, as Councilman O'Brien said, and judges it. I did the same thing. It's been said that I've been on the Causeway Commission, and I have. And I was chairman. And I know the job that Mr. Dufreshow puts in to make the causeway safe if you broke down on the bridge. How many people in this audience have broke down on the bridge and had a policeman from the Causeway Commission come to their aid? Were you very happy with that? Okay, good. The bottom line is this. The causeway is safe. no doubt about it. But it's not safe for SUVs. I have not heard one person here tell me that if we delay it, will it stop an SUV from going over the side? Here is a list of the 16 that went over in the last 15 years. We're going to have another one. Here it is. This is not a fact. It's a darn problem. So it's going to happen again. So what bothers me about it, and what bothered me with it, with the causeway when I was there, was who crosses that bridge? I crossed it every day, 3 times a day. Okay? Every day. But you know what? I'm 66 years old. But you know who else crosses that bridge every day? Carloads of families that live in St. Tammany Parish with kids on board. Now, by me saying that, the last time I was accused of playing this safety card by gentlemen in this audience. But you know what? That gentleman never had the dignity or the courtesy to ask me why I said that. So I'm going to say it right now. In 1987, my wife was killed in an automobile accident, and I had 2 young kids. And I've been dealing with that every day. So when I see something that I feel that can cause someone else to have the pain that I had, I want to do what's right with it. And that's one of the issues that I look at when I look at SUVs going over the bridge. If someone is texting, if someone is doing whatever, it is a problem also. But I'm more concerned with somebody getting a blowout or having a problem. So, that being said, that's my personal reason. But I had the opportunity in District 4. I have 52 emails. I called every one. And every one except 2 returned my call and spoke to me on this issue. 18 of them agreed that we could agree to disagree, but understood the situation. I met with 7 people outside of my district. 5 of them agreed. I didn't get the whole picture. 2, we disagreed. It's not like I don't think about this, ladies and gentlemen. It's not like I don't want to try to do what's right. But let me touch on a few other things. It was brought up about the vote to the people. When that came about in Jefferson Parish, I called Mr. Hand and I asked him to look at that for the council. Mr. Hand, would you please?
The research indicates that the issuance of bonds under the public service statutes do not require an election, and a referendum may not be allowed since it is a legislative decision. Further, pursuant to the agreement that was executed in 1954 by both the parishes of Jefferson and St. Tammany, the issuance of the tolls was exclusively turned over to the commission. And at that time, it clearly says in here, it says that all powers and authority in connection with the construction, operation, and maintenance of the expressway shall be exercised only by the commission. This is what occurred in 1954.
So I have a question for you real quick. 1954, you said it. Now you want to talk and change the rules. Well, it's an old bridge, 1954, but we're going to abide by the rules of 1954.
Sir, please. Thank you.
Okay.
There's a uniform way that we can make points, and I think that you all have had ample time.
I'll continue, Mr. Dean. Thank you. Thank you, Terry. Let me talk about another issue. We talk about the funds being diverted. I totally agree 100%. They should never be. but they are, and we can change that. And it can be used directly to pay down that debt. But let me tell you about another diversion. I know CCST met with Carlton and looked at the books, but I know this was not in the books because it was a different project. But do you know St. Tammany Parish commuters, since 1990, received $25 million of capital improvements in our parish from the causeway tolls that you pay and I pay? 25 million. That's a lot of money. So we do get some benefit out of it. It is there. As I said, I called Mr. Franzo months ago, I believe it was, Rick, and I asked him to meet with Mr. Dufascio to try to talk about this issue, because I knew that Mr. Dufascio would present himself properly, and I knew Rick would, and they had I have a copy of the letter, and I think that meeting went very well, if I'm not mistaken, Rick? Okay. So, bottom line is, they're not bad people. They're not bad people. Every side has a reason for not doing something. Every side. So let's just say, hypothetically, how am I supposed to react? 14,000 people, 50-some odd votes, and look at, and they almost split. I have to give everyone their fair shake and their fair due, whether they for or against. And this is one of the ones, unfortunately, that come to me to make the call. But I told you my reason for the call. It's not an excuse. It's not hiding. It's a simple fact that I hope no one in this room has to go through. But it's something that I did, and it's something that I look at when I make this decision. It's not because I want to think they in control or we don't care that's sitting up here in this council. Every one of these members care. So I'm going to shut up and move on. But as I said, I respect everyone in this audience, every single one. And I also respect the people that aren't here that told me they support this. And unfortunately, this is one of the ones that fall on Mike Lorino to make a call. And I asked for this job. And I'll make the call. And I'll stand by the call. Because I believe I'll be right on my call, and I can look in the mirror when I look in the mirror, and I know I did it for the right reason. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Belisario, Ms. Blanchard, and Mr., who was first? I didn't see.
I'm last.
You're last? All right.
I'll go.
The first shall be
I'll go
last.
first. So,
Mr. Canulet, keep in
Right,
mind
right.
we got a long agenda.
I understand that, but I was gonna try, but this, we need to talk a little bit about this. Riker came up, with some of the financial reasons and the reasons why this is here to us tonight. I'm gonna talk to y'all about the safety reason. Don't shake your head. Do not shake your head. This is something I can relate to. I've been working in an industry for 32 years. Excuse me, do you mind? I've been working in the industry for 32 years. Safety was always kind of important. When I started out, safety belt was a regular old belt with a hook you put around your waist. Where I'm at today, you have a harness, a full body harness, lanyards, shock absorbers, have to have certain weight standards to hold the lanyards. It's just insane. It's insane. It's crazy. The companies in this country today, their number one priority is safety. Safety. As a supervisor where I work at, my number one priority is making sure between my 10 guys who are working night or my 25 guys who are working days go home the way they came to work. One piece, safe. when you listen to all the conversations, everything going, cost analysis, y'all can scream, anyone can scream about the cost analysis of this, because you can't put a price on life. If you could put a price on life, corporations would not be investing millions of dollars every year in safety programs, whether they're proven or not. They're rolling out a safety program every year to keep you safe, to bring you home. And that should go for anything you do in life. Carlton, I respect you for what you're doing. And I'm going to say this, the day you stop caring about the people and not take every step you can to make sure that they get home safe, you need to go. Same thing with my job. When I don't care about my people enough to where they don't come home, I need to go. This to me is strictly, it's so simple with safety. You can't, it could be anybody. It could be my child, it could be a spouse, it could be anyone's child in here that could go off the causeway next. And yes, it is expensive. And yes, it is going to be a little burden on some people. But no one could put a price on your life. No one can in here. No one can anywhere. You know, someone give me a price. What's a life worth? $5 million? $10?
Bankruptcy. That's what
It's
bankruptcy. How safe we're gonna be?
how safe you gonna be? I'm not. Well, we took an oath. I'll sit there and listen to you politely. You've interrupted about 4 people. Please stop. You don't have to. You can just, all right. At the end of the day, we take an oath to protect the people of this parish. And that bridge is part of this parish. Getting across back and forth that bridge is part of our job. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Gene?
Mr. Chair, I've heard people, I've seen emails talking about the finances and shifting funding from the tolls. That is totally inaccurate. What I want people to do, I spend time, because I know people say I do nothing on this. I think that's kind of cute. What you need to go to tomorrow is the state treasurer's office and ask for the financials for this, and you'll get stuff like this and documents like this that shows the funds flow from 2001 up through 2016. It shows the flow of the money following all the laws. The laws are not being broken. When the bonds debt for the CCC was pulled off, that ended. What you need to look at when you're looking at these fees for these different parishes, here's what's happening. Under Act, the fund was established to provide for the collection of vehicle license taxes from 6 parishes: Orleans, Jefferson, St. John the Baptist, St. Charles, Tangipahoa, and St. Tammany. The revenue collected is dedicated for payment of specific bond issues of the Mississippi Bridge Authority, now known as the CCC, and the Greater New Orleans Expressway Commission, the Causeway. Funding from Highway 2 is divided into the Crescent City Connection and the Greater New Orleans Expressway Commission. For debt service payments on capital bonds, if there are no outstanding bonds that require a debt service payment, the fund has been paying for the outstanding bonds reversed to the Transportation Trust Fund. When the CCC's bonds were paid off in November of 2012, it ceased. The other part that you need to know about is these $50,000 items. They come through different state statutes. The revenue comes in a category, if you look at their income and expenses, there's a section called Other Charges. The first item is the debt service. On this report, I got from 2013 through 2016. Then there's what people call the interagency expenses, and if you're not in the financial arena, that's a strange term for you. Okay. Under Act 875, it provides by that act that St. Charles Parish, St. John the Baptist Parish, and Tangipahoa each get $50,000. So that money comes from the license fees to the CCC, who then has to transfer to these parishes. So it's not coming out of the tolls. And you will see a differentiation on their income statement where it shows the money coming in through these various acts, then the separate amount for the tolls and the interest income that they have. Now, the next act is 1227. It's this money going to the City of New Orleans, Jefferson Parish, St. Tammany Parish, and Washington Parish, each getting $50,000. So between the two of these, there's $350,000. It's not coming out of the tolls. It's coming through their interagencies with these different acts that were established. And I just want to make that clear that they are not mismanaging their money. If you want to, like I'm asking you to do, go to the State Treasurer's office. You can get all the data. Today, I made a call to my state senator, and I got reports over a 15-year period showing how the funding is done, and it's being done correctly. Thank you.
If anybody does their homework, it's Gene Belisario. Ms. Blanchard?
Mr. Dean, thank you. I'll try to be short. Mr. Duverchot, I want to thank you for all your hard work. I know that this has not been easy, but I do thank you, and I thank the Commission a tremendous amount. I want you to know I'm 100% in support of your safety base. I have spent a tremendous amount of time, and yes, Mr. Goodwin, I took time out of my life to go and listen to your presentation, and I heard it. It did not move me. What this comes down to, it's a bonding issue. It's not a taxing issue. We are not voting to increase the toll. That is not within our jurisdiction. I even read the articles of organization to see who has that power. I've spent time on this. I have polled my district. I have polled a lot of people on the east side, and I feel it's about a 50-50 split. There are people passionate about the safety, and there are people passionate about a toll being put and increased and what its effect is on the working people that use that every day. I have prayed about it, and I think that I'm making the best decision that I am to represent my district tonight when I vote.
Thank you, Ms. Blanchard. Mr. Bender?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll try to be brief. Don't laugh at me. Do not. Steve told me earlier, Reichert broke the mold. I can't come close to you, Reichert, anymore. Not possible, at any rate. The only thing that I wanted to say is that, you know, I live in East St. Tammany. My district is in Slidell. But we have to vote up here, all 14 of us, on a lot of issues that don't directly impact our own particular districts. That's part of what we do. This happens to be one of them. I remember, because I'm 65, when coming back and forth to Slidell or going to and from New Orleans from Slidell was by way of what we still call the old 5-mile bridge, 1 lane each way. I remember barely when the causeway was opened. I was about 6 years old, 1 lane each way. I remember being on it. I don't drive the causeway every day. Before retirement, I did have to drive the causeway probably 30, 40 days a year back and forth. And the improvements over the years, I certainly don't know the names of all the commissioners that have served over the years and all the general managers, but getting to 2 separate bridges was a big, big plus. Getting the phone boxes where you can call was a big, big plus, and the crossovers, okay? So, and the same in Slidell with the original twin span, which was 2 lanes, now the new one with 3 lanes, okay? So we have moved forward on that over time in both directions. The last thing I just want to say is, before we take a vote, I've considered this very carefully. I want to thank Mr. Duverchot for the presentation that I saw from him. I also want to thank Mr. Goodwin and others who sent his presentation and documentation and so forth. So I want to thank both sides for providing the information which I reviewed in total. I'd also like to say that for all of those who are opposed to it here tonight, I think it's great that you came. For all those that are for it, I equally think it's great that you came, okay? And
Obviously, not everyone's going to walk out of here happy, but I think hopefully we will all do our own voting with our own conscience and how we have looked at all of the information and feel what is the right vote for each of us that have taken an oath to try to do the best we can. And that's what we can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bender. Anyone else? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, please vote.
Mr. Dean, I recuse myself from the vote.
Okay, Mr. Tanner. Mr. Thompson? Starts with a T. I meant Thompson.
Motion passes with 9 yeas, 4 nays, and 1 recusal.
We'll be back.
Okay.
Thank you all.
All right. Why don't we take just a couple of minute break while the room clears, and then we'll come back. We're going to go and get the meeting started, please. If I get everybody to please have a seat, call all the council members to the dais. If I could get everybody to please have a seat or leave, please. They ain't doing it. Could I get everybody to please sit down?
You don't have a council yet.
I'm sorry? Ma'am?
Y'all weren't sitting down. I was just stretching my legs.
I wasn't necessarily talking to you.
Well, I'm going to everybody.
Okay. All right. We finished? Okay, continuing on with the consent calendar. We have, we got everybody? Okay. We're looking at ordinance calendar number 5658, ordinance to impose a 6-month moratorium to enter a parish right-of-way for the purpose of gaining access to any undeveloped lot in a dormant subdivision or subdivision of record. Mr. Tanner?
I move to introduce.
Okay.
Second, Mr. Dean.
Yeah, the first. Oh, the second is the men. Okay, so I have a motion introduced by Mr. Tanner, second by who? Mr. Belisario? Any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Dean, Mr. Tanner, I understood from Mr. Belisario, in a heads up I got from him, that this got resolved, I think, very well. I just have a quick question, if I could, Mr. Chairman. As opposed to when we postponed it.
Question to who? Mr. Tanner?
To Mr. Tanner.
Sure.
As opposed to when we postponed it, okay? I have a few lots of record subdivisions, okay, in my district that are partially opened. So, in other words, you might go 2 blocks and it's asphalted, okay? It stops, but those lots of record past that are owned. Here's my only question on this. If a lot owner wanted to pay themselves, because that's how it would have to work, wants to pay for the next block to be asphalted, okay, or a group of lot owners by the specifications required by our parish government, okay, this now would not block that from occurring. Am I correct?
Jerry, yes, it would not block it.
Okay.
Let me explain something right here. There's 2 ordinances here. Actually, at the next meeting, we're gonna ask that these be reversed And I'd like to talk about both of them if we can. I think it'd be easier for us
Do
to
it now.
understand. Number two is an ordinance on subdivision regulatory ordinance. And that changes lot size that are required for lots in above the growth line. So if you're below 36, none of this will matter to you. Now, the ordinance, the first ordinance is a moratorium, and if we pass ordinance 5681, we're going to ask that the moratorium not be ejected.
I understand.
So you would follow the same regulations that we follow now in a situation like you are.
Right.
In the situation where we are, in the, you know, we want at least a 75-foot lot.
Right.
You know, in the paper subdivisions that we got. But if there are already roads built there and what have you, then, you know, we can't stop them people from building.
No, and I appreciate your explanation. That's basically how I understood it. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
I just need a clarification because I was interrupted otherwise as to what was the motion that was made on this particular ordinance? What was the motion? Would you repeat it, please?
The motion was to refer to council for adoption at the next meeting. It's an introduction.
Correct. And there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? You done? Vote, please. No, I'm
You don't
sorry,
have to
introduction.
vote.
I'm sorry. All right, let me see. Ordinance amending parish subdivision regulatory ordinance regarding the contiguous lot rule. Mr. Tanner?
I move for adoption, not adoption, but to refer it to the council for the next meeting.
As amended, correct?
What amended?
Mr. Chair, the ordinance is now in front of us tonight versus 8 days ago, has been amended. We went through that process and people got copies of it because there were concerns from council members and legal counsel and planning, Mr. Fontenot, and our attorneys, Mike and I believe Terry and Sydney, you guys made changes. We were showing in a date of October 6, 2016, which is today. That date is not valid because the adoption would occur in November if there were no postponements. And the other thing is, for clarity, it was probably Sydney, I didn't talk to him, in section 4, we created a 4A just to be dealing with below the urban growth boundary line, and we created a section B that talks north of the urban growth boundary line, so there's clarity and no confusion by having one paragraph and people not being sure above or below the line. So I think this was an excellent modification to the ordinance, and people just have to, when we move this, as Rich was saying, we refer it to the Planning Commission, full hearing there before it ever comes back to the council.
Yeah, that's the ordinance that we want to introduce. And this is an introduction, so the amendment could be made tonight, or it could be made at the next meeting is the reason why.
All right, Mr. Savant, you requested to speak.
Only to confirm what Mr. Belisario had said, that the council may wish to move on a motion to substitute the ordinance, introduce it, and refer it to the Planning Commission, because the council will need the Planning Commission recommendation prior to it being eligible for adoption, which means the earliest that it could be adopted would be the December council meeting.
Okay, so are you okay with that?
Well, no, I'm not, I might be in favor of that, but if that's what I'm in favor of, then we're gonna have to ask the moratorium, because we can't wait 3 or 4 months for planning zoning to look at the ordinance and get back to us. So we're gonna have to leave the ordinance for moratorium on the books.
Richard, one thing I need clarity from Sydney or Mike is this is going to, after we approve the amendment, we have to send this to the Planning Commission. What month will the Planning Commission hear this change?
I think we have enough lead time for them to see it in November.
November, so then.
I can confirm that and let the council know, but I believe we have enough lead
Right,
time.
and then we have to wait for any appeals and things like that, so we would have to, as just Richard is addressing, we can't adopt until December, so we're gonna have to move forward with the moratorium to keep it in place. That's, I wanna make sure everybody understands that because of the concerns relative to people coming in that 30-day window to start pulling permits and
Right.
stuff, where we're trying to avoid, to make sure we have the proper controls in place.
Mr. Smith, you had something? You okay? Ms. Blanchard, you okay? Did you want to speak? Okay. So what's your pleasure? To introduce it as amended?
Yes.
Okay. And second?
I'll second.
All right. Okay, you good? All right, that's all we need. All right. Next item to be pulled, Mr. Smith, number 12, ordinance calendar number 5691, ordinance amending the official parish zoning map to reclassify 82.759 acres from A1 to A3, Ward 1, District 3.
And Mr. Chairman, we were really looking to get a clarification on these two ordinances, and since then we've gotten that clarification, so I just moved to refer.
Okay, all right. Move to adopt?
Yes.
Okay, to introduce. Second? By Mr. Canulet. All right, number 13, 5692. Same thing? Okay. Motion by Mr. Smith and second by Mr. Canulet. All right. Continuing on, that's the end of the consent calendar. Now we're going to appeals. From what I understand, Mr. Toledano, and hopefully you've talked a lot, so you're not going to be pontificating too much, but we're going to have we're going to treat, what I'll do is I'll read both appeals. We're going to treat both the same. If everybody can understand what I'm saying. Mr. Shane, we're going to treat both of them the same. We'll give, is it okay with you all for 10 minutes per side, since we have two appeals? And we will vote.
Excuse me, Brent, we could use, because we tried to condense it down and not bring a lot of speakers, we just needed like an extra 3 or 4 minutes beyond the 10 minutes that you would have for each one.
Dan, I spoke to you about that before.
Okay.
I don't think that's unreasonable, because there's 2 appeals and there's 50 appellants, so.
I got you.
That's a practical matter, a little extra time.
Okay. All right, so what I'll do is I'll read the first one aloud. We will discuss it. You will both do your, how about, okay, so we're talking about 13 minutes apiece? 13 minutes apiece. 10, yeah. Let's say 10 minutes and 3-minute rebuttal. Is that okay? 4?
No, it's not so much, we just need the time for the presentation. I just need to get this.
Okay.
The rebuttal times can stay the same. We just need an extra 3 minutes for the presentation.
I got you. Okay, you understand what we usually do, sir? Would you mind coming up here?
Sure.
All right. I'm sorry, your name is?
Ken Ress.
Okay. What we normally do is we have 5 minutes per appeal. 5 minutes and then 2 minutes of a rebuttal.
Right.
So what we've done is we've gone to 10 minutes.
Correct.
And then you're saying you want
3 minutes on top of that. And we know the other side gets the same
Mr. Shane,
thing.
that's okay? Okay. All right,
Thank you.
good.
Thank
All
you.
right, I'll read the first, what? Okay. I'll read the first appeal. Toby Eason, Glenn Smith, Alan Enderman, and Paul Broussard et al. Appealing the zoning commission approval on September 6, 2016 to rezone 89.5501 acres located north of Sharp Road and east of Westwood Drive. Westwood Drive from A1 Suburban District to A2 Suburban District, Ward 4, District 5. So you're, whoever, Mr. Shane has a procedural question.
Forgive me if I don't understand. I thought you were going to read both appeals now.
Okay, all right.
So
You're
that
right.
we could combine the times.
You're correct, I'm sorry. Second appeal, Toby Eason, Glenn Smith, Alan Enderman, and Paul Broussard et al. Appealing the zoning commission approval on September 6, 2016 to rezone 104.7 acres located north of Sharp Road and east of Westwood Drive from A1 Suburban District and A2 Suburban District to A2 Suburban District and PUD, Plan Unit Development Overlay, Ward 4, District 5. So, Mr. Eason and whoever wants to start. the appellates. You will have 10 minutes and 3 minutes rebuttal.
My name is Dan Shapiro. I live at 123 Blue Heron Drive here in Mandeville. I've been there for 26 years. The impact of traffic can only be addressed by the size of this development. Unfortunately, there is nothing that they can do about the traffic, and that is why we welcome the A&O to build their land as presently zoned. Although no new subdivisions had been added on Sharp Road in over 20 years, traffic on Sharp Road has continued to increase. How do we know this? Because beside driving on Sharp Road and experiencing this, look at the following. In 1997, a traffic light was put at the intersection of 59 and Sharp. In 2000, a traffic light was put at the intersection of Asbury and Sharp. A roundabout is being scheduled for the intersection of 59 and Sharp. However, although it most probably will be built, the budget for it, if approved, will be in 2018, and it is scheduled to be a 9-month project. Meadowbrook subdivision was denied access to Sharp Road because of traffic concerns in the mid-90s. According to local fire officials, emergency vehicles are already being dispatched from multiple stations to assure that one of them can get access. No through traffic signs have been put up at both ends of the Duval subdivision. This is to keep people from cutting through that subdivision to avoid the light at Sharp Road and Highway 59. All of these were done to regulate large volumes of traffic. Why is the traffic increasing on Sharp Road? Because Sharp Road is the second best way to get between Highway 190 and 59 next to Interstate 12. Sharp Road is a 35-mile-an-hour residential road with over 40 houses facing it. It has no shoulders, which we heard about on the causeway, and deep ditches. Cyclists put their life in jeopardy if they decide to ride the trace. There are over 60 access points on Sharp Road. We've heard how concerned you are about safety. You want to talk about safety? Garbage trucks stop on Sharp Road. Mail trucks stop. There are 15 to 20 school buses during the school year. St. Michael's Preschool has 200 kids dropped off and picked up every day. Let's take a quick look at traffic. This is Sharp and 59. This is the southeast corner of 59 at Sharp Road when school is out. This is looking northward, and this is traffic that is backed up. There was 24 cars at 59 at the southbound light. It took them several lights to get through. This is then looking southward on Highway 59. This is Highway 59 looking at Sharp Road. And you can see the stack up at the light on Sharp Road. Horrible picture, but I've circled the yellow light, which shows these cars that are not going to get through, and then there's 2 cars coming up behind them. Now we're on Sharp Road, looking toward 59. This is stacked up, probably about 15 or 20 cars at the light, took 3 lights to get through. These are taken this Monday at 9:10 a.m. at Century Oaks, looking at Asbury, which is on the east side of Sharp. This was stacked up to past Century Oaks and took 4 lights to get through. The traffic study does not match what we are experiencing and what I have shown you. We do not believe that it reflects what is really occurring with the traffic on Sharp Road and what will occur. For example, this proposed development is going to put approximately 200 additional cars on Sharp Road. Yet according to the traffic study, it will only affect the delay on eastbound Sharp Road by 0.2 of a second during peak periods. The 2025 Future Land Use Plan says it is recommended that residential developments provide multiple points of access to adjoining areas and highways. Traffic flow is similar to water flow. It is the larger system that is the real issue. For example, in the morning, traffic backs up on Sharp and 59 due to the inability to get past Fontainebleau High School bottleneck further north on 59. Will a circle address that issue? None of this is the fault of the developer. There is nothing they can do to fix the existing traffic on Sharp Road that over 900 households live on and use to get in and out of their residences. We just don't want to add to it. Thank you.
have about 5 minutes left on your original time.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Joe Limekeeler. I'm the president of the Century Oaks subdivision, and I kind of wanted to address the drainage issues with you. So and we have a problem with the drainage in the Bayou Tetlors Basin. The current system just can't even handle a 6 to 10 inch rain, let alone what we experienced in '95 or this year in August of 2016. I know and realize the current process is to address the drainage in the subdivision planning cycle. But we have serious issues in the watershed, and I feel they need to be addressed now before we go down and change the zoning itself. The current drainage in 190, especially at the cutoff point you see on the star there, is actually inadequate and dangerous. And a full risk assessment and a corrective action plan for the Bayou Tetlors watershed east of Highway 190 should be done. The problem was actually recognized in 2004. An engineering study done and with concurrence from the St. Tammany Parish Engineering Department recommended a 66-acre lake adjacent to Westwood Drive to accommodate the current issues and also enable further development in the watershed. Unfortunately, I've come to learn that the Corps of Engineers did not really cooperate with that, and it just didn't happen. And I know the parish tried, but it didn't happen, and it needed to happen. We met with Reichert, to his credit, got us with the developer and his representative, and they mentioned it's even a possibility it could still happen again today, and that's great. I really appreciate everybody's effort. So my question is, can we just follow the recommendation in 2004, fix our current problems, and then proceed with our development? Century Oaks, where I live, has a long history of flooding. It initiated with the construction of Meadowbrook. Meadowbrook drainage was designed, I've looked at it, I think it was actually done properly with what they knew at the time. But the reality of it is sheet flow still occurred when it got overloaded and it came running into Century Oaks. And a house got flooded out multiple times. It was condemned. The parish bought the lot. You can see the construction there. It's ongoing right now. The job's going okay. It's still some more work to do on it, but the parish, our subdivision, and I'll be the owner of that lot. I've talked to the folks on Tyler about who's going to maintain it when it's done. Is the parish going to maintain it? And I've learned that no, we have to maintain it if we want to meet the codes of our deed restrictions and maintain it like the rest of the lot. So that's a cost that we have to bear going forward. So my concern is, despite the best intentions, despite the drainage engineering review study that I'm looking at right now, I really have concerns that I want to really fully assess it before we go through the zoning change process. Can the system handle high-intensity rain events? I think history says no. This is my house when I bought it. I've experienced flooding from the get-go. I've managed to deal with it. I'm an engineer. I'm one of 10 kids. My mom said, if you can't fix it, then come and complain to me. So I've managed to adapt and deal with it. But I worry about the same thing happened to Meadowbrook. If the same thing comes, despite the best intentions, if the same thing happens and we don't fully understand the dynamics of a system and the water comes across Sharp Road, and there's plenty of culverts that transfer that water across Sharp Road, what if it comes my way? What's my recourse from that point in time? My wife's put a lot of effort into that backyard, trust me. And the biggest concern I got on safety is what happened earlier this year. I drove home from work, went past the cutoff as you get onto Sharp Road, right there, what I call the LA Grill turnoff. And a woman followed behind me named Regina Tan. I didn't meet her, I don't know her, I picked this up out of the media, but I remember the event, and she lost her way, and she really didn't understand. I didn't make that turnoff because I couldn't see where I was going, and she went into the ditch, and her entire car was submerged. And fortunately for her, a young man, forgot his name, followed behind her and he rescued her. And I wonder what would have happened if he wasn't there. What would have happened if, God forbid, she would have perished? I think we'd be having a different conversation. So my quest is, until we really fully understand the additional impacts of development in the watershed, realizing it's typically addressed at the planning stage, but we've got serious safety issues here now, and I'm asking that they be addressed now before we actually go ahead and change the zoning. And that's my request for this evening. I've got a summary slide. It's attached in there. It kind of recaps the same points I've made. In the interest of brevity, I just really feel like we ought to fix the current risks and problems before we potentially add more. Thank you.
You can, Teresa, you can cut that now. I'm just going to talk from this.
Close to 4 minutes left.
Okay.
Let the record show I finished early.
Yeah, okay. I am Ken Rest. I'm a 25-year resident of the Sharp Road corridor, so I've lived there a long time along there. We have met with the parish officials at all levels. We want to thank you for that access and the time spent by your staffs. Unfortunately, the current process seems to start out assuming there is a need or a right for a zoning change. You have a right to ask for a change. The developer has offered some compromises, including a partial buffer, a turning lane, a study of the watershed, which was requested by our councilman and being done by the Gravity District, more wetlands property added to the Conservation District, revision to a non-compliant cul-de-sac length, larger retention ponds, and an offer not to seek impact fee credits. Some of these compromises are significant and appreciated, but they assume we agreed with the need for a zoning change. In the end, the big picture was missed. Many of the issues of greatest concern to the residents were not dealt with. Density, number of homes, watershed overload, and traffic cannot be completely addressed by these proposals. Some people view this as a compromise to be reached. We don't. We have 7 compelling reasons to vote in favor of our appeal against the zoning change.
You're in your rebuttal time, I just want you to know.
Yeah, whatever we need to do.
Okay.
We compromised 5 years ago and were promised face-to-face in this room that we didn't need to worry about a large development. The zoning and existing wetlands would assure development of no more than 30 to 35 homes. No documents were given, just a councilman's word. The A&O was not part of that meeting. Just residents and our elected representative. Should we not trust what you tell us you're going to do? This type of compressed development does not belong in the middle of an area over 90% developed for the past 20 years. There are no homes built in the immediate area that resemble this type of development. It is not about this development plan, it is about the placement of this plan. The zoning in this tract of land was not changed during the comprehensive rezoning. It has been A2 and A1 for a long time. It is the reason we bought homes in this area. I know that meant something to some of you in past issues. The density, in layman's terms, is best described as the number of homes you see when you stand in your yard, not use of statistics to make it sound like something it's not. The watershed is already overloaded with safety concerns that should be obvious to any elected official. These flooding concerns should be dealt with before any new developments in this watershed are allowed to progress. With limited new development on Sharp Road for many years, why do you think the traffic is many times higher than it was before and continues to grow? Think about it. Area road infrastructure that is overburdened, causing people to use a 35-mile-an-hour residential road as a main thoroughfare to avoid roadway congestion. Daily traffic volumes approach that of non-residential state and parish roads. The traffic studies appear to only deal with traffic at 2 intersections for short intervals. Does it make any sense to add a couple hundred more cars a day through lack of prudent development? We don't think so, and neither should you.
Sir, your time's up, so just
Well, we
wrap it
asked
up.
for an extra 3 minutes, and
You're at 13.
I need a few minutes to finish. If I'm in the rebuttal, we wanted 13 plus the
You
rebuttal.
understand that he's gonna, okay.
I understand he's going to get
Go ahead.
more.
That's not what we
We're
said,
willing
but
to
go
deal
ahead.
with that.
Well,
Remember,
I'm glad
this is
you
a
are.
35-mile-an-hour residential road, not a highway. We are not convinced the only way to develop this land is through this plan.
Pardon me, sir. I'm gonna ask you to wrap it up.
I'm trying to, if you just let me finish. I'm trying to do the best I can.
Pardon me. Yes, sir. I understand. I hear you.
Remembering that the element that there's 2 appeals here and there were multiple appellants.
I remember I was sitting here, but what we said was 10 plus 3, but go ahead. Go ahead and finish. We'll give you 3 more, so we go up to 16.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Okay, let me see where I was. Okay, just remember, I guess, this is a 35-mile-an-hour residential road, not a highway. We are not convinced the only way to develop this land is through this plan. There are many subdivisions with a third the number of homes as this plan. Don't tell us the property costs too much. That is a misleading statement. The property is only worth what someone is willing to pay for it and still be able to develop it. If the price is too high, don't buy it. The price will eventually come in line to meet the existing zoning. Remember, much of this land is wetlands. It's 60 to 70% of it is wetlands. It was donated or purchased for pennies on the dollar, kind of like giving someone a real deal on some swampland in Florida. Increased profits are not a justifiable rationale for rezoning. In closing, the parish can only get as messed up as you make it. You have the ability and responsibility to stop this sort of overdevelopment. It is your responsibility as our elected officials. Quality of life is not some figment of our imagination. It is what you make it. Ordinances are just the start of your responsibility. Common sense in the application is also a requirement. If not for that, why not just have a check sheet? Our and your quality of life, our and your general welfare, safety impact to us and you are all considerations in zoning changes. This is what you're supposed to do. Voting no is not an arbitrary and capricious decision. These are real issues. 2025 says these should be addressed. Don't let a shoehorn approach be used to jam as many homes as possible into this space at the expense of the existing area residents. We welcome the A&O to develop this property under the current A1 and A2 zoning. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Shane?
If I could, do they have any time left?
Well, depending on which agreement you go for.
I thought it might be good to ask on the front
They have
end.
13 seconds left. With the
Okay.
13-minute agreement, they went over 2 minutes.
That's,
and
I just
45.
wanted to have some idea.
I'm being sarcastic.
No, that's fine. And so I would have about 13 minutes?
Yes.
Which hopefully I won't need, but
13 or
sometimes
16, depends on who you want to talk
famous last words. Good evening. My name is Jeff Shane. I'm with the Jones Fussell Law Firm in Covington. I have the pleasure of representing the landowner, the Archdiocese of New Orleans, but also the prospective purchaser and developer of the tract of land, Brentwood Estates LLC, Mr. Kelly McHugh and Mr. Gary Intravia. I'd like to take a different approach with my remarks this evening because I think it's important that you and the public understand the case before you. This is an appeal of a recommendation by the Zoning Commission as it relates to a 104-acre tract owned by the Archdiocese that abuts Sharp Road. My client is requesting 2 zoning changes. Approximately 89 of the 104 acres is currently zoned A1. We seek to change that to A2. My client is also requesting that all 104 acres have a PUD overlay such that if, in fact, the zoning recommendation is sustained or there is a concurrence this evening, the ordinance to be introduced would allow for a 103-lot, single-family residential subdivision on 104 acres. Let's talk about the process and the issues that are before you. In my view, it's very limited. It's land use and its density. Nothing more and nothing less. That's not to be disrespectful to the other issues that have been raised this evening, because they clearly are very much real-life issues. They're the impacts of development on roads, drainways, and people. But you have a process, you have a standard, you have a time, and you have a place to analyze those measures. But I'm probably going to surprise you with some of my comments this evening. As some of you may know, I've been doing this for a little over 38 years, and I've never had a project that has gone to the extent that it has to have the sophisticated studies prepared and reviewed and approved at the time we seek zoning. And I'm talking about the studies that we typically do when we come to the Planning Commission seeking preliminary subdivision approval. If you would, with the documents I presented you this evening, please make sure that you unfold the revised PUD plan, the multicolored plan, because I think it will help you as I discuss the case. Remember, I said that there are two zoning changes. Some of the property from A1 to A2, thereby making it all A2, and then the PUD overlay. And the PUD overlay is this map that I've handed out to you. How did this case begin? This case began actually with two tables at the zoning commission level so that there could be two community meetings. But you should know that the staff, in its staff report, resoundingly recommended the approval of both the change from A1 to A2 and also the PUD overlay. When the zoning commission considered the matter, after extensive debate, I would say approximately a 1-hour hearing, by votes of 9-1 to change from A1 to A2, and by a vote of 8-2 to allow for the PUD overlay, these matters were recommended to you, and it was suggested that you adopt ordinances that reflect the request. In most instances, with staff report recommendations and resounding recommendations from the zoning commission, developers typically don't go back to the drawing board and try to figure out what else they can do to make the project better. This case or this project is a little different. Councilman Toledano had an eye on this case before the first community meeting at the zoning commission level, and like a dog that had his trousers in his teeth, he never let go of it. And I tell you honestly that despite the fact the zoning commission made the recommendations, in short order, Mr. McHugh and I met with Mr. Toledano at his request, and he not only requested that we research the possibility of making some significant changes, he ultimately required that we make those changes if he were going to consider the possibility of supporting the project. In that regard, if you will look at the legal size sheet that I gave you in the packet, that's dated at the top October 3, 2016, that's a memorandum that I presented to the opposition leaders at Mr. Toledano's office this past Monday evening. And in pertinent part, I would like you to look where it says number 2, and there's sections A, B, C, D, and E. And you can also look at the drawing, the map drawing, so that you'll kind of understand the changes that we agreed to make. In connection with our PUD application, we also submitted a traffic impact analysis study. That's typically done at the tentative subdivision level in the planning commission process, but with a PUD, it's required as part of the zoning commission submittal. Please hear me carefully on this point. The traffic impact analysis has been submitted to the Parish Engineering Department, and it has been unequivocally approved without exception and without any requirement of mitigation. Despite that approval, the developer has agreed to construct at his expense, without seeking a credit from transportation impact fees, an eastbound left turn lane in Sharp Road to the entrance of this subdivision. We do that for a couple of reasons. One, it will provide safety for people turning in and out of Brentwood Estates. Two, it's going to provide safety for those that use Sharp Road every day, because presumably it will allow continuous lanes of travel with a turn lane as you turn into the subdivision. It is interesting to note that of all the subdivisions on Sharp Road, Brentwood Estates will be the only subdivision with a left turn lane, and that's with 103 lots on 104 acres, a relatively small subdivision by modern day standard. There was also criticism with regard to our block length in our subdivision and the length of streets before the cul-de-sac. As the plan in front of you reflects, we have constructed or will construct a roundabout to make sure that we comply with the block length portion of your ordinance, and we have also made sure that none of our cul-de-sacs end on streets that exceed the maximum distance. Hence, we will not be violating the 1,500-foot block rule, nor the 700-foot length as it relates to a cul-de-sac. Third, Mr. Toledano wanted to know where our home sites would abut existing home sites, and asked us to provide a no-cut green belt buffer to protect those backyards. And if you look at the lots in Victorian Oaks that abut the brown shaded area of the plan, you will see that we have imposed a 25-foot wide no-cut buffer within our lots, the rear of our lots, to give additional protection to those 5 or 6 homes that abut our site. I might add that on the western side of the subdivision, there is already a 100-foot no-cut buffer in place. Fourth, and perhaps most important in my view, is with regard to density, and that is an issue before you this evening. When we asked the parish to assist us with a study of density in the area, they gave us figures that suggested that the average density of the subdivisions was approximately 1.36 units per acre. 1 1/3 homes per acre. Our project is 1 home per acre, considerably less. If you look at the density provision that I put in the memorandum, we have taken the additional step to suggest that 42 acres of our green space be added to the existing conservation servitude that the Archdiocese granted to the Parish of St. Tammany in 2013, so that under no condition will the developer be able to go to the Corps of Engineers, seek a wetlands permit, come back to the Zoning Commission, and try to expand its density or lot count. That's something that we were glad to do because it allows us to preserve the wetlands area, preserve the green space, and it should protect anyone's reasonable or realistic fear that this subdivision is going to grow in the future. Last, we wanted to make sure that it was clear that our detention pond on the western side of the development would be no closer than 100 feet to the homes in Westwood, which again was a provision that was in the cooperative endeavor agreement that the Archdiocese entered into with the parish a few years ago. To me, those changes are very significant, but maybe the best is yet to come. In addition to that, we received yesterday written confirmation from the Department of Development that confirmed that the revised PUD plan that you see before you has been approved and meets all relevant provisions of the ordinance, that the yield plan, which I provided to you this evening, a supplemental yield plan, likewise meets all requirements of St. Tammany Parish ordinances, that the drainage plan that was submitted and reviewed by the engineering department met all relevant ordinances at this time, meaning the time of the submittal for the PUD, and lastly, that the traffic study met all of the requirements of the ordinance. So it's unusual that at the time you're being asked to consider land use, which is going to be the same, single-family residential only, and density, actually 99 hundredths of a unit per acre, far less than the 1.36 average in the area, you are also being given studies that have been approved by the parish department as it relates to drainage and traffic. But there's even more. This property is within a gravity drainage district, and there is a requirement that the drainage study be submitted to them for their independent review. And they, in fact, engaged Duplantis Design Group, a totally independent engineer, which I might add the developer pays the cost for that study. Duplantis Engineer today sent a written communication at 5 o'clock, which I provided to Mr. Toledano when I got here tonight, that confirmed that the drainage study that we have performed has met the standard of the parish in the opinion of Duplantis Design Group on behalf of the drainage district. Not many projects would be able to say that at any point, but certainly not at the time of zoning. But last, and certainly not least, and it was alluded to earlier by some of the speakers, it seems to me that the greatest concerns presented this evening were more regional in nature. I didn't hear anybody talking about Brentwood Estates, the number of lots in their subdivision, the zoning they had. I really heard discussions about regional drainage problems and regional traffic problems. Well, I think this development has something to offer even as it relates to those issues although it is not our legal obligation to solve existing regional problems in the area. And how would we do that? Our 103 lots will produce approximately $100,000 of transportation impact fees and $100,000 of drainage impact fees, which certainly can be put to good use as the administration sees fit, but perhaps in the area to study and or remediate existing problems. Furthermore, both the Archdiocese and the developer have agreed that if requested, we will donate whatever quantity of land might be needed for the parish to construct a regional detention facility along or near the banks of Bayou Tetlure to solve existing drainage problems in the basin. That's not something to satisfy our obligation, it's to help our neighbors. Because you know, just as I said, there's no left turn lane on Sharp Road, also, there is no 25% reduction of the drainage in those subdivisions as well. And it's because they were built at a time when that was not the current standard. The key standard now that we weigh these drainage studies against is what happens in a 100-year event when you get that 12.8 inches of rain in a 24-hour period. And we have, in our view, proven to more than one that we in fact will reduce the rate of flow from our development, post-development, by 25%. I'd like to close by saying the following. I respect the comments made by all of the opposition this evening, but they know all too well the efforts this developer and development have made from day one to change our development to try to address their needs. Mr. Toledano has been the leader of an effort to try to have conversations and communications between the parties. I believe that we've demonstrated that we've gone well beyond what the law requires, but we don't need a bouquet for that. Many of these things we would have ultimately done at the time of preliminary subdivision approval. The reason we did it more than anything was to demonstrate to you that this is responsible development. And at the end of the day, a development that brings 64% green space, central sewer and water system, 1 unit per acre density, on one border a 100-foot no-cut green belt, along the road a 50-foot no-cut green belt, next to the homes and other subdivisions a 25-foot no-cut green belt, and has a left turn lane, and is also willing to donate land to create regional detention for the good people in subdivisions on Sharp Road, we deserve the opportunity to get the zoning and proceed with the additional studies that you will require to make sure that this is a good and responsible development. I ask you to concur with the recommendation of the Zoning Commission as per the revised PUD plan that I've given you this evening, and that you allow Brentwood Estates to have an opportunity to be a good neighbor on Sharp Road. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sheen. Okay, he went over 14 seconds, so you all have, just trying to be fair here. You all have 27 seconds. Go.
Okay, so I've also talked to the Duplantis group, spent an hour talking to the engineer who's doing our drainage project in Century Oaks right now, and I asked him one critical question. At the end of the day, with the improvements that have been done in Century Oaks and all the improvements Jeff has mentioned, is that going to address the safety issue we have where people can go in there at the choke point on 190? And the answer was no. He said, Joe, in fact, if I got hit with a 12-inch rain, the whole entire system we've installed, as good as it is, it's still going to back up. You're still going to see flooding in Century Oaks. So what I'm asking you is to actually see the wider and the bigger picture. I said at the end, can you help me understand and describe for what it is? He said, at the end of the day, we need to solve the whole entire regional problem. It's got to be done. And if we go forward with this, it's one more piece of the puzzle. We got to move and adjust as we finally reach the final solution. So I know if you just look at one little tiny package, one little subdivision,
Wrap it
it's
up,
hard to
please.
make a drainage case. But when you look at the wider picture and you see the safety risks that are out there, Mr. Canulet, you mentioned that. In my business, safety's paramount. When you have a near miss like that, that's a potential fatality, I am required by law
Thank you, sir.
to investigate and make sure it's corrected before proceeding.
Okay, that's it for the public comment. We'll go to the council. Thank you both.
Mr. Dean?
Yes, sir.
One always has to have a little levity in everything they do, so I'm saying right now I'm sort of on a daily double. But I want to just mention this because I think it's so important. The gentleman that spoke today, along with some other very nice gentlemen and ladies who have an interest in the Sharp Road development, have, in my estimation, done things exactly, as I said before, how government should work. They came to me not with political threats like somebody out in the audience did earlier. They came to me without, in an emotional, ill-conceived position. They came to me with some very good facts. To their credit, those issues that they brought up is exactly why I was able to get Mr. McHugh and Mr. Shane and his group to make these concessions, because they really do go beyond what I believe is reasonably expected. But they are as a result of the issues well raised by Joe and his group. In my view, all of the issues that pertain to this subdivision have been very ably addressed. For instance, they're the ones going to pay 6 figures for a turning lane. It wasn't required. We've got them to do it. So although everybody would say it would be nice if all the property stayed 5 acres, practically speaking, I don't think that's realistic. I think this development is well-planned. I do not think, nor does the scientific evidence vis-a-vis the traffic studies and drainage indicate that it would be a burden on anybody else. The drainage is away from Sharp Road. There was confusion about that. First, it goes in the other direction. The concessions made by these people go way beyond that to allow us to have a regional facility, i.e. retention. For all of those reasons, and particularly for the laundry list of concessions that were made, it is my belief and motion that we concur with the recommendation.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Toledano to concur with the zoning's approval. Do I have a second?
Mr. Chairman, I'll second, but I'd like to ask Mr. Shane a question if I could.
All right. I'm sorry?
That's right. There are 2 matters, and so we should vote on them separately, and
Correct.
I'm reminded.
Right.
So what is your will with regard to that?
Well, right
Each one
now, I have
separately?
a motion. I'm gonna run it for right now, and then maybe in a couple of years, you can come over here.
No, but I mean, you just tell me how you want me to do it.
All right.
I'm
We're
having
gonna
a
do the
first
first
one, I can stand right here. Thank you very much.
We're gonna do the first one first. We have a motion and a second, and then Mr. Lorino has asked to ask
Very
Mr.
good.
Shane a question. All right.
You got a second?
You have them? You got a second, right? Mr. Shane, Mr. Lorino would like to, it's not gonna be as long as your last discussion.
No, sir, very fast.
All right.
Same here.
Jeff,
I'm gonna throw this at you.
Jeff,
Yes, sir.
you know, as I look at this and I see the drainage and, you know, I'll concur, we do always have issues with drainage, and I have them in District 4 all the time. But I see it running under 190 towards Beauchene. What, have you looked at that? Have you all studied that? What can you tell me so that this project doesn't cause an issue in District 4 in Beauchene?
Yes, sir. We have looked at that. That was an issue that came up early. It's one that you have mentioned to me along the way that you had concern about. Probably 90 to 95% of the water in this development will go to the north into Bayou Tetlure, which does eventually drain, of course, under 190 and does run through Beauchene. To answer your question in specifics, the 7.2 acres of detention ponds that we have created in our development will retain the water after all 103 homes have been built, such that the water will actually leave the site at a rate that is 25% less than the rate of the water that leaves the site today in its undeveloped state. What that translates to be even more specific, is that whatever amount of water is going into the bayou now, that rate is going to be reduced by 25%. So it is our belief, based on study, as approved by the parish and by Duplantis on behalf of the Drainage District, that the development of the tract actually improves the drainage condition as it relates to Beauchene, in that there will be less water coming off of this tract at any one time. There will be more water over a longer period of time, but a lesser rate.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Canulet, you have a
Yeah.
question?
I
Or a
do.
comment?
No, I have a question.
For,
It's gonna be administration. Do we have any engineering controls that we can put in place for this choke point where they showed the pictures of with a car? Do we have anything? Okay.
Those culverts are under the jurisdiction of DOTD. So we don't have control.
Okay, do we have any ideas of what we can do to try to make it better?
We're actually working on a project in the Asbury area right now with DOTD.
Okay, all right, thank you.
any more questions?
I do,
Oh,
Mr. Chairman,
I'm
real
sorry, I
quick.
asked.
Real quick. I just wanted to kind of make a statement going back a ways. I remember, and Mr. Dean, you'd remember this as well, and some of us up here, when this came before the council for the new Catholic Church. And that was a rather riotous meeting, okay? I just want to say that I'm pleased to hear what Mr. Shane said just a moment ago, which is whether it's the Archdiocese of New Orleans, Mr. Intravia, Mr. McHugh, whoever that's willing to donate land or use land for the drainage concerns, okay? I felt back then when we had to vote on that issue with the church that they intended to be good neighbors, and I think for me, making this offer, and I know Mr. Toledano's put a lot of time into this, is very appealing in terms of my vote. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bender. Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second to concur with the zoning approval, but this is the first appeal from A1 to A2. Vote, please.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Okay, and then, do I have an introduction, Mr. Tom? So moved, second by Mr. Lorino. Okay. Second one, this is the same discussion. Ma'am, we've already been through all of the discussion from both sides. Second one is the concur with the zoning approval of the PUD. Do I have a motion? Hit your light, please. Hit your light, please.
The record should reflect that we are voting now on the revised PUD plan, which everybody here at the bar has in front of them.
All right. The bar? Okay.
That's right, I'm
Okay.
forgetting,
So you have a motion?
referring to the courtroom bar as opposed to the
You know, making everybody thirsty.
bar down the street.
All right. So we have a motion to concur with the zoning's approval of the revised PUD.
Thank
And
you
do
very
have a
much.
second? Second by Mr. Thompson. Any further discussion? Okay, vote, please.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
And now I need a motion to introduce. And then second by Mr. Thompson. All right, thank you. Our third appeal is Linda Roy appealing the zoning commission approval on September 6, 2016 to rezone. We'll give it a second. Appealing the zoning commission approval on September 6, 2016 to rezone 7.08 acres. 708 acres located north of Harrison Avenue, west of Flowers Drive from A2 to PF1, Ward 3, District 2. Ms. Linda Roy? Huh? I can't hear. All right. I'm sorry, it says Roy on there. It's Ms. Ray?
I know.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Linda Ray. I live at 105 Wild Azalea Drive in Singing Rivers. And this is not the way I planned on opening my discussion, but I spoke to Mr. Sharp today, and after speaking to him, I realized
Ms. Ray,
that...
could I get you to pull your microphone down just a little?
Sure. I realized that I'm beating a dead horse, that he is 100% behind this dog park, this pet cemetery, and the walking trail. And I'm here to say that there are plenty of other places to put a dog park, a pet cemetery, and a walking trail without changing the zoning and further decimating Harrison Avenue. Why did the parish take the time, expense, and man-hours to formulate a plan for 2025 if they didn't intend to follow it? Staff commented the change and plans for the pet cemetery, etc., did not fit in with the vision for 2025, yet they agreed to allow the zoning change in order to put the project in. It seems to me and many others that after the expense to create a vision for our beautiful parish, and whenever something like this comes up, staff goes against the vision and plugs in ridiculous things where they shouldn't be. What a waste of taxpayers' hard-earned money. If such studies, recommendation, expense are incurred, the parish should follow what is formulated and suggested. I ask that the zoning recommendation be overturned in this matter and leave as A2 and not change it to the PF1 on this piece of property or anywhere on Harrison Avenue. We have way too many problems on Harrison right now which need to be addressed. It would be nice if for once the officials who work for all of us taxpayers would really listen to us and do what is best for all concerned and not for just a few who benefit from these devastating changes. If you insist on going through with this project, I would like to be clear that you are putting a fence around the whole area so that people can't come into our yards and perhaps burglarize our homes and making a getaway without even coming into our street. As I'm sure you must be aware that it will abut some yards in Singing Rivers. Thank you for your time and consideration in this matter.
Okay, Ms. Ray, you have 5 minutes and then 2 minutes for rebuttal, so you used about 2.5 minutes. Okay? Okay. You want them to speak right now? Just state your name, please.
All right, well, I'm Wayne Hilliard. I live at 100 Wild Azalea, Singing Rivers. Honorable Chairman and Council, I'm here to address our appeal for the zoning approval, the case before you. We pay substantial property taxes, as all do Singing River Estate residents. 30 years ago, Harrison and intersecting roads were dirt and gravel with little traffic. This has changed dramatically, as you all are aware of. Our family has always included dogs, cats, and other animals. They have always been an important part of our family. Having experience with dogs and living near Harrison, it's apparent to us that a more rural area would be best for the dog park. Acreage away from the arterial roadway with high traffic counts as Harrison Avenue would protect dogs that visit the park from injury when they run off and leave the area, which will happen. Dogs can break away and bolt through a gate left open. They can pull away if frightened when exiting cars. Harrison would be a death sentence, as well as a hazard for drivers who would swerve to avoid hitting a helpless, frightened pet. We care about our companion animals too much to put their safety in jeopardy. There are vast areas of rural country acreage in Bush, Folsom, and the like, away from extremely busy arterial roads like Harrison. Dogs would be safer and happier there. Harrison has about to become an even more dangerous, is going to become even more dangerous with the PUD development being developed next door. Those of us living near Harrison naturally fear losing a pet to a traumatic death on Harrison. We salute those who work to ensure the safety and welfare of animals, for the safety of our companions and those who travel Harrison daily. We respectfully ask the council to override the zoning approval, and adopt a resolution to keep this area zoned A2. We are confident another safer, more suitable area for our furry friends can be located and secured. And just a little side note, there's a dog park with a walking area 1 mile from this location. 1 mile. So why are we doubling up? And if you'd like, I have pictures of that dog park. 1 mile. You want to hand that?
Okay.
The dog park is called Recreational District 1, Pretty Acre Dog Park and Walking Trail, 1 mile from Harrison Avenue.
Okay, you have about a minute and a half left in your rebuttal.
I'm done.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Is anyone here to speak from the other side?
Good evening again. Jeff Shane of the Jones Fussell Law Firm in Covington. I represent St. Tammany Memorial Gardens LLC, which is the owner of the property. And I'd like to tell you a little bit about what this project is all about. My client recently purchased a little over 7 acres on Harrison Avenue for the express purpose of developing a pet park and pet cemetery that they have committed to donate to the St. Tammany Humane Society. Donate to the St. Tammany Humane Society. The St. Tammany Humane Society happens to be physically located about 4 or 5 blocks from where this property is located. That's a large reason that this particular location was selected. Contrary to Ms. Ray's suggestion, this 7 acres does not abut Singing Rivers. It does not abut any residences. It is in fact a freestanding lot, if you will. And there's actually a 7-acre parcel that separates this tract from Singing Rivers. So there's no roads that dead end into it. It's simply a wooded parcel on Harrison Avenue. I think you would be interested to know that the staff, of course, did recommend approval. In pertinent part, the staff tells us that they do not have any objection to the request, considering the location of the site along a major arterial and the purpose of the PF1 zoning, which is to provide for the location of government and institutional uses to the public. Perhaps some of you have had experience with the St. Tammany Humane Society. I have, as a longtime resident of St. Tammany Parish. And although I think they do a wonderful job, if you are familiar with their facilities and their services, I think it would be fair to say that they struggle to hold their own. My client envisioned an opportunity to provide an asset, not just to the Humane Society, but to all the people of the parish, certainly people that live within, let's say, this region, to create both a pet park and a pet cemetery. It is very difficult for me to see any real negative impacts from the development of a pet cemetery and a pet park. It's very easy for me to see many, many positive impacts for those that live in the area, for those that live in the region. The fact that the property might be zoned to PF1 and will be donated to the St. Tammany Humane Society does not mean that we will not have to meet any applicable traffic requirements, buffer requirements, drainage requirements, etc. The point is, it's got to meet all of your parish laws. So again, at the end of the day, perhaps we should be thankful that this group decided to make an investment in St. Tammany Parish of a humanitarian, or perhaps let us say a dog-loving, pet-loving nature, to help our humane society, but to also help the people of St. Tammany Parish. The Zoning Commission, by a vote of 10-0, recommends to you that this property be rezoned from A2 to PF1. Based on the comments I've made to you this evening, I ask that you take that action and allow the St. Tammany Humane Society this wonderful opportunity. Thank you for your time.
Okay, you have about 1:08 left on your original 5 if you need it.
Thank you.
Ms. Ray, does anybody else want to have anything else to say?
Anybody else want to talk? And I'm donating my rebuttal time, whatever time I have left in my rebuttal time, to Mr. Hilliard.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Hilliard, you have 2 minutes.
My parents lived in Singing Rivers Estates. They were the first house to be built there. My mother, Louise Hilliard, some of you all already may know, used to be sitting on the zoning board. Red knows her very well. She was a very big proponent of the Humane Society, as I am. It has nothing to do with the Humane Society. There are just other locations that should be looked at other than right there on Harrison Avenue. It's in a residential area, and granted, the Humane Society that's there now is also in a residential area, but there's property behind that. There's a fire station right on Harrison Avenue that has property behind that that it could go to. It doesn't need to be on a main thoroughfare, and it doesn't need to abut a main thoroughfare where cars come in and out. 2 days ago, there was a puppy that was left on the road that got out from the Humane Society that backed up traffic both sides of Harrison Avenue. And that happens on a continual basis. So what's going to happen when you put a dog park on there or at this location? It's just going to continually cause traffic, not only traffic problems for the dogs and the animals that are going to be there, but also traffic problems for the people who are driving on that road. The staff of the Zoning Commission said that it does not fit in the 2025 plan, but that they didn't have any reason to see why it wouldn't go there. But it didn't fit the 2025 plan, and they even admitted that. So I don't have anything against the Humane Society. It's a wonderful organization. What I have a problem with is the location of this particular site. It can be put anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Shane, where do you go?
Well, let me just say that when my client approached the Humane Society, obviously they concurred with regard to site selection and area. So I think that this project in this case, although on behalf of my client, it's really for the benefit of the Humane Society. They obviously wanted to have the pet park and pet cemetery as close as reasonably possible to their existing facility. And with all due respect to Mr. Hilliard, I fail to see the reasonable belief that a pet cemetery or a pet park is going to create some undue traffic issue at that location. As I said earlier, the facility will have to be permitted, which means it has to meet your ordinances as it relates to driveways, getting off and on of Harrison. I don't know what those requirements may be as to shoulders and things of that nature. The point is, you have laws and a process in place that should reasonably regulate concerns about the impacts from this development. But at the end of the day, we have an opportunity to receive a gift for the pet community of St. Tammany Parish. And I think that's important, and I hope you agree.
Okay. The appealing side has no, the appellate side has no more time left, so I guess I'll bring it to the council. Does anybody, Mr. Sharp?
Yes, Council, I have met with the Humane Society. I've talked with everybody involved in this situation. The Humane Society is very excited about the project. It is a big plus for them. It is something that they would never have been able to go out on their own and do. The only way they could ever come up with a facility like this is through this sort of charitable donation to them. Harrison is under a great deal of scrutiny right now from a traffic standpoint, from use, for future use, present use. This is a portion of the last large tract of land, I believe, that is anywhere in the immediate area to Harrison Avenue. We hope to take care of that tract of land and lay to rest development on Harrison Avenue. That would be a godsend. But this is a good thing, okay? If there is any organization that we should help, it's the Humane Society. So I move to concur with the zoning approval.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sharp. Have a motion and a second. Mr. Thompson did the second. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, vote with your lights, please.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Okay, I need a motion to introduce. Okay, Mr. Sharp and Mr. Thompson. Okay, moving to the next portion of our agenda, ordinances for adoption. Ordinance calendar number 5620, ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances to establish a program that addresses stormwater and non-stormwater discharges.
So moved.
Have a motion by
Chairman.
Mr. Stefanczyk, second by Mr. Canulet.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
and having worked with this thing, and I really want to thank the staff. I think the planning staff worked very well with us on this. I know we delayed it a couple months, but to the best of my knowledge now, everybody that had their input, and they are satisfied with this thing. So
All right.
wanted to just thank the staff, Sydney and Aaron, and the people that worked with us on it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Vote, please. Everybody vote?
Motion is unanimous, three absent.
Okay, please bear with me because I have to read each one of these development districts, I guess verbatim. The first one, ordinance calendar number. Okay. Ordinance calendar number 5659, ordinance levying an additional sales tax in the Highway 59 Economic Development District, introduced 9/116, ordinance levying an additional sales tax of 0.75% in the Highway 59 Economic Development District, designated the full amount of such additional sales tax as the sales tax increments in the district from which the local and sales tax increments will be determined, and used to finance economic development projects in St. Tammany Parish in accordance with and authorized by Part 2, Chapter 27, Title 33 of the Louisiana Revised Statutes of 1950, as amended, establishing and creating an economic development trust fund for the districts, designating the initial annual baseline collection rate and establishing a monthly baseline collection rate for the district, pledging and dedicating such tax increments to reimburse economic development costs and providing for other matters in connection with the foregoing. We have cards. I guess what I'd like to do is, kind of treat it all. I'll ask people to come up to speak 2 minutes at a time. If you have something specific to another district, don't come up at that time, if you understand what I'm saying. So right now, we're on Highway 59 district.
Mr.
Okay.
Chairman,
Uh-huh.
I have have an amendment to 5659.
All right, I tell you what, let me see what Ms. Brister, you want to say, speak first? Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, we'd like to make an amendment to the legal description of 5659 and also an amendment to put a sunset provision in for 15 years.
Okay, so your amendment is to place a sunset clause for 15 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And also a legal description also. I can read
Okay.
it for you.
Okay, please read the legal description.
Okay. Ordinance amending ordinance number 143083 to amend the boundary of Highway 59 Economic Development District, levying an additional sales tax of 0.75% in the Highway 59 Economic Development District, designating the full amount of such additional sales tax as the sales tax increments in the district from which the local and state sales tax increments will be determined and used to finance economic development projects in St. Tammany Parish in accordance with and as authorized by Part 2, Chapter 27, Title 33 of the Louisiana Revised Statutes of 1950. As amended, trust fund for the district designating the initial annual baseline collection rate and establishing a monthly baseline collection rate for the district, pledging and dedicating such tax increments to reimburse economic development costs and providing for other matters in connection with the foregoing.
And did you include the amendment for the, I didn't hear that part.
Yes, I would include
Okay.
the sunset amendment also.
Okay, so you're making a motion for the amendment. Do I have a second? Okay, Mr. Stefanczyk? Okay, we're going to vote. Any discussion? Well, I get, we're going to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, can I
Yes, sir.
just say one thing on the sunset? You know, I was very privileged to, along with a couple other councilmen, to discuss this with West St. Tammany, and that was Chamber, and that was one of the issues that they have, and the parish moved forward with that, so
Okay.
that'll be included in all of them.
All right, okay. So it's in response to some concerns then. Okay, so we have, yes, sir.
Mr. Lorena, would this sunset be on all the districts or just?
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
And currently, I guess we want to just kind of take one at a time.
Yeah.
And knock them all out, just one at a time. So I have a motion and a second on the amendment. Would you like to say so, or you want to?
Are you going to vote on
Yeah,
them
let's
one
vote
at a
on the
time?
amendment. Yes,
Well,
please.
could I, if you're going to vote each one, I can go ahead and make my 2-minute statement now?
Go right ahead,
Would that be
sure,
okay?
yeah.
All right. I had planned to make this at the end, but I think I would prefer to make it before you vote tonight, and I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman, you're allowing me to do that. We've been working on the economic development districts for 2 years. The need for these districts have been discussed throughout the process in public meetings. In the past couple of months, we have provided information for discussion at council district meetings and have attended meetings for business associations, the West Chamber Governmental Affairs Committee, and their Board of Directors meeting. We have answered every question that has been asked and explained how the districts would work to help St. Tammany meet the demands we see coming in the future. We have reached out to experts in the economic development district field to make sure we set up the districts and now the sales tax in those districts exactly as spelled out in state law. We have all seen and are now beginning to feel the dire financial situation of our state government. It takes little imagination to see we must find ways to help ourselves move forward in the economic development arena if we want to continue to attract the businesses, jobs, and services that our citizens want and deserve. Projections for growth in St. Tammany are staggering. These projections range, depending on which expert report you use, from a population in 2030 of 430,000 people to over 500,000. If we don't plan today for that growth, we will once again fall behind in all our infrastructure needs. That's only 14 years away. We see the realization of these numbers every month in new businesses and permit numbers. In August of this year, The number of building permits increased by 54% over the same period last year. In September, the numbers were higher than they have been in 10 years. Those numbers 10 years ago were created by the growth after Katrina. The numbers today are from people who recognize the potential of what we often take for granted, our location along the I-12 corridor, as well as I-10, I-59, and I-55 just to our west. Also, our top-rated school system and our outdoor recreational opportunities, just to name a few. In addition, we have rail and water accessibility. All these are attractive assets to companies looking to start or relocate their businesses. We've heard from a very small group of business people about these districts, but of all the residents of St. Tammany, they should better realize the potential for growth in their own businesses with more customers coming to them for their services. I appreciate the time our parish council members have spent on this issue, and I ask you to vote on approval of these ordinances. I have committed to each of you to continue working with you to make sure we plan for the long-range future of St. Tammany, not only for us, but for our children and our grandchildren. We want to make sure there are jobs here that will bring our children home or keep them home when they make their decision on the best place to live, work, and raise their families. That's the purpose of these districts. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Brister. Okay, so I have a motion and a second on the amendment. Any discussion? Let's vote, please.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Okay, now do I have a motion on the ordinance? I'm gonna have, as soon as I get a motion and a second. I got a motion and a second? Okay. All right. Now I have some speaker cards. A reminder, kind of, we do 2 minutes at a time. So these are, let's see. All right. Ms. Bonnie Eads.
Good evening again. Bonnie Eads with the North Shore Business Council. We're here today in support of the ordinances that create a 3/4 cent sales tax within the 6 defined geographic areas designated as the economic development districts. Specifically, the ordinances that we support are ordinance numbers 5659 through 5665. The NBC does understand that the St. Tammany Parish should not expect any capital outlay dollars from our state government due to the state's on budget crisis. We do understand that if our parish wants to grow economic development opportunities, we can only count on ourselves to do that. One of our greatest attributes of St. Tammany Parish is that we combine quality of life with accessibility, a progressive business climate that sustains natural beauty, and a vibrant culture within each of our communities. Therefore, our focus on economic development must be carried out in a well-defined manner that will meet all of these expectations of the people who live here. The intent of the 3/4 cent sales tax in the EDDs will allow us to do just that. With the EDD tax dollars, we will be able to create attractive and well-maintained landscaping, signage, lighting, litter abatement, easy accessibility, and other such standards that will provide the perfect gateway welcome mat that will create an influx of economic growth and jobs for our parish. The North Shore Business Council is asking for the St. Tammany Parish Council's approval of the 3/4 cent sales tax in each of the economic development districts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eads. Okay, Maria LaSalle? Did I say that right?
She had to leave, but I'll read.
Okay, Sean.
She dropped it off and threw it at me.
How you doing? I'm Sean Burks. I'm actually with the North Shore Business Council as well, but Maria is not. Basically, she said, I support the economic development districts, the gateway area, and sales tax proposal. We need a capital improvement funding source that will provide needed infrastructure that attracts high-quality economic development. This will provide the foundation for accelerated economic development, hence developed property to be placed on our tax rolls to generate income to sustain our quality of life. This proposal is an opportunity for a tax base to fund the quality of life we have all come to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you. Mr. Brett Coleman?
Chipping hazard.
Must be an attorney.
Hi, thanks for you letting me speak. My name is Brett Coleman, and I live in Mandeville, and I'm chairman of the St. Tammany West Chamber this year, and I got voluntold to come speak with you guys. So there was the Governmental Affairs Committee met with and had a presentation, and their recommendation to the full board was to ask that the vote be delayed till November. It was just a 30-day delay was the request. It wasn't a for or against. It was just a, more time for more information. So the full board heard a presentation, and the vote there was 14 people asking for a 30-day delay and 4 people that abstained. And so they asked me to be the voice of the chamber and of business. So what we're not, I want to talk about what the chamber's not opposed to. So we're not opposed to economic development. We're not opposed to tax increment financing. We understand that sometimes, there's a private project that needs a little governmental help, and that's what a TIF, a tax increment financing, is there for. So we're not opposed to that. We're in no way questioning the intentions of this body or the president and the 2 years of work and the vision that you guys have. We feel like we're a partner in that vision. We're thankful that we live in a parish where there's a lot of support for everyone in this room, and the businesses are behind you guys. Our original concerns, and I really appreciate the amendment. One of them was, I'm kind of, the concern from the group was an unending tax increase just seemed kind of like, so I really appreciate the 15-year sunset. Then the other concern that come about was, well, what would the money be used for? And it's typically in a tax increment financing district, there's some specific uses for the funds, and that's kind of put out there in advance. So there was a question about clarity about what the funds would be used for. Another concern from the chamber, other members, were that the funds be used in, like, if they were generated on Highway 21, that they be used on Highway 21. That was a request, and I've passed along some of those comments, and I think I understand some of the concerns with that. And then the fourth thing was, and the final thing, was I talked to your bond counsel, and my concern was just capacity. So my understanding is that the TIFs generate about $4 million right now, and anytime you do a bond, you have to have about 133% debt coverage ratio. You have an interest rate, and so you could have like all of your money used for one project, and you wouldn't have $500,000 left over for a left turn lane 10 years down the road or 12 years down the road. So our only request was please consider waiting 30 days. You'll still be able to implement this effective January 1st, even if you wait 30 days. And I appreciate the amendment, and I appreciate your consideration. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Mr. Bruce Weiner.
Good evening, Bruce Weiner. The proposed ordinances are a very forward-thinking approach to help solve funding shortfalls from Washington to Louisiana and ultimately felt by parishes and municipalities throughout the state. St. Tammany is no different. As these corridors develop, residents will be drawn in ever-increasing numbers for the conveniences to shop for those everyday necessities that we are accustomed to in our everyday course of life.
Who knows? You or your children might want to seek employment at one of the many places you patronize in the corridor. As the corridor continues to develop, families will locate to the area to build their dream home. Additional mixed-use development occurs, providing more opportunities for you and your kids to seek employment, enjoy dinner, go to the hardware store, whatever, you name it. We all do it. We traveled to Airport Road, Fremont, LA 21, 190. We traveled to these corridors in great numbers. Then comes the need to add additional infrastructure to keep up with the growth while maintaining what we already have on and in the ground. As residents, we demand of our government to address and improve traffic and drainage issues, create and maintain public spaces, provide a quality education while keeping you and your family safe. We want jobs, all kinds of jobs. It doesn't matter, just so your kids will have opportunities to come back and work and be part of the community they grew up in. We demand it. We expect it, and we have to figure out creative ways not only to maintain what we have, but continue to attract and go after opportunities. The same opportunities that every state and every community is vying for, economic development opportunities. The proposed ordinance, as I see it, solves a multitude of funding issues. As federal and state funding decreases as a result of budget constraints, this forward-thinking approach, which, by the way, is nothing new and being done across the country, will enable the parish to provide matching funds or maybe completely fund road widening projects, drainage improvements, create economic opportunities while maintaining what we have without having to continue to drain the budget, the annual budget, excuse me. The best part about it is we have a choice. Your first choice is that we expect and demand it, and if you do, you have to help pay for it because we all contribute to the wear and tear on our streets and infrastructure, like it or not. Your other choice is to not shop there and let those who do subsidize your little piece of the problem you help create. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Okay, LaVere Montgomery.
My name is LaVere Montgomery. I'm a resident of St. Tammany Parish and also a co-developer in the River Chase project, which is on Highway 21. We are not opposed to the economic development districts. What I'm asking the council to do is we would like to have 30 days to look at the details of what's being proposed. It's my understanding from tonight that the Parish has been working on this project on economic development districts in general for 2 years. My partners were not contacted, I don't think, but please correct me, Pat, if I'm wrong. They were contacted a couple of months ago. You know, when I look at a project or land and I'm considering buying it, I'm going to find out who the owners are. And Jimmy Moran is my partner, and he had met with Pat, and what was proposed, and I was not there, but Jimmy told me what was proposed and what things have transpired to. It's a different arrangement than what we understood. So I would like to have 30 days to look with Jimmy at this project. I think that we can help in the economic development district, in the language and everything else, and tighten up on it. Now, I do appreciate Mr. Lorio had put a requested sunset clause. It wasn't until today that I heard that that was even being considered. So I wish I'd have known that earlier. But I mean, I'm glad that you did that, and that's the right thing to do. That project was, I pursued that, got that property under control about 16 years ago. It's long haul, economic development's long haul. We are an economic engine there. We are paying taxes. We made improvements to our property. We didn't ask for a TIF. The project north of us, Pinnacle, Norderlac, they requested a TIF. That is, their numbers didn't make economic sense enough to be for it themselves. But we paid for all of our infrastructure. with the exception of the Brewster Road that was, we were prepared to put in a regular road like Highway 21, but the parish at the time wanted a boulevard. And we said, well, and Sidney might be able to elaborate on this, he was around, but we'll donate the land, and if you want a boulevard, if you pay for that, that's fine. We'll be paying taxes all along. We'll generate the money to cover that. At any rate, I did have an opportunity. I spoke with Pat today about this, and we didn't see things exactly the same. We need 30 days as landowners. We have made the investments. We have taken the risks, tens of millions of dollars personally guaranteeing and making an economic engine. Now, when you want to do this economic development, when we try to get people in here, if they see, wow, we get here, after we get all of our tenants, all these bricks and mortars, you hear about internet sales and bricks and mortars. These guys are feeling it. They're feeling it. But they invest the bricks and mortars in our community. They do hope to make a profit, of course. But, we need to give some consideration to that. And if Jimmy and I can look, and I think we can improve upon what is being proposed. I asked Pat if she would just give us 30 days, and not a chance. So I have to ask the council to please, don't put us in a corner. Please help us. We are, and Ken, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but we are generating the majority of the taxes for this program. So it's like, you raise your children and you say, well, do the right thing and work hard, and when you get there, you'll know it and everything will work out fine. Well, I think we exceeded expectations, but now we're not even given 30 days. The parish has 2 years. We get notified 2 months. And
we got to wrap it up.
oh, sorry. Okay. So please, I would very much welcome anybody ask me any questions. Somebody, please make a motion to allow us, to afford us a 30-day review that we can add to and improve upon.
Okay.
That's what I'm asking. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could I answer some of the things that were said, because I do want to make it perfectly clear. We did meet today for about 2.5 hours. We have been meeting with Mr. Montgomery's partners for longer than 2 months. They've known about these districts from the beginning. So I just wanted to make that perfectly clear. I did not know until day before yesterday that Mr. Montgomery was a partner. It was I just didn't know. I had never asked. I'd never heard that. So we were meeting regularly and talking regularly with his partners, assuming that everyone knew. So we did not have pushback there. So and we talked about that today, and that's where our disagreement came, for whatever reason. One more thing. I want to make just one point, that this is a 3/4 cent. For every $100, that's 75 cents. For every $1,000, it's $7.50. For every $10,000, it's $75. We don't believe that is going to put anyone out of business in any of these districts. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Brister.
Morning, can I respond?
We got it now. Yes, sir.
I just want to say, answer one of the things Mr. Montgomery said about just today.
Because we have a lot of cards left, just so you know.
Today, getting the notice. That was after a meeting that we had just a day prior with the West St. Tammany Chamber, that we brought that back to Ms. Pat about doing that. So we jumped right on it, and she did, so that's why I brought it up. Another thing, if I understand this correctly, if this passes, everyone still has the opportunity to look at it and then come back in 30 days and at the next meeting with any ideas that you have. And so I don't know what it would do to just stop it for 30 days when you still had that opportunity to do that, to come back and make an amendment to the district, unless I'm wrong on that.
Okay, I tell you what, after we finish with people talking, we're going to bring it to the council, all right? And that's actually not correct. We're voting on it tonight. Yeah. All right. Carlo, Mr. Hernandez, I'm sorry.
Carlo Hernandez. You know, I have to ask the chairman a question because I'm a little confused about of course, I had put down on my card that I wanted to speak on the amendment, okay? But of course, the amendment, as I understood it from the Agenda Review Committee, was that it was going to eliminate the voters that supposedly were in some of these districts, and that's what I understood to have happened.
That was included. That was when Mr. Toledano made that amendment, or Mr. Lorino made the first amendment.
Oh, really? Well, you know, I never heard that explanation from his amendment. And let me just make it clear, and just for everyone here in the audience, that apparently on several of these districts, there are voters that are registered in some of these districts. And apparently one of and the amendment was, in the 15 years is good, because I had understood from the parish president that there was going to be and I'm glad to hear the 15-year. But the other thing is that why are we eliminating the potential for the voters to decide whether yes or no, for or against this tax increase? And that's exactly what you do if you adopt, of course, you've already adopted the amendment, and of course, I didn't hear any explanation like that for the amendment. And I guess as the ordinance has amended now, and maybe I will agree that maybe if we delay it for 30 days, maybe that's the thing to do, to revisit this elimination of the voters. It's not only this district, but other districts also apparently have the same situation. And I've heard, you know, I was here earlier when a lot of people spoke about letting the voters decide. Well, why not let the voters decide who live, presumably, or vote in these districts? Why not let them decide? If this is such a good idea, why not them? I mean, I'm assuming you have the information of who these voters are. You certainly have their address. You can certainly go and talk to these people and say, this is the reason why we want to do this. Will you support this amendment? Of course, the amendment that now you adopted was to eliminate that. And it's now up to the parish council. It's not up to the voters. It's up to the parish council. So I would hope that maybe you give some consideration to delaying this for 30 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Stanley LaGrange.
I remember when, back in 1961, my name's Stanley LaGrange, 1204 Girard Street, Mandeville, Louisiana. I remember years ago, in 1961, getting on a bicycle and riding between Mandeville and Abita Springs on a Saturday and seeing a total of maybe 4 vehicles on that road. What is the quality of life turned into now? What is it now? How many of you would ride a bicycle between Mandeville and Abita Springs on that highway now on a Saturday? That's an illustration of the quality of life deteriorating. How many of these businesses are you going to bring in this area? All right, to tell you, speaking as a person living in one of these zones, right on the Highway 59, I'm living on a piece of property that is surrounded by yellow caution tape. That's just like crime scene tape. The purpose of that tape is to keep people from trespassing across my property going to one of these new development businesses. It's called Dollar General. I'm on the corner of Caroline and 59.
You're not in one of those districts if you're there, sir. The districts are hug up next to the interstate for the most part, so you're not in one of these economic districts.
Mr.
Sure.
Chairman, can I just kind of talk about the confusion of voters being in the district? We asked for a certification from the registrar of voters. This is all in commercial property. He sent us a certification that this is commercial property. There is one district that has storage units, and someone lives on that property. That's what these voters that live there. So it's an individual case in I think two districts, which the Registrar of Voters is certifying that they are in commercial space. So
you
we don't
understand what
know
we're saying?
that they should have, that they are allowed to register to vote at their commercial space.
Okay.
That's what the confusion was about the voters in a district, not, we
Mr.
didn't.
LaGrange, you have about 20 more seconds, about 30 more seconds.
I'd just like to say, where's all this development going to stop? I mean, I'm getting litter on my property, trespassing across my property. My house is getting swept by headlights from people turning into that store after dark all the time. I'm getting all kinds of noise when the delivery trucks like Doritos or Coca-Cola or whatever make a delivery at that store. They're backing up and it goes beep, 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 beep. I know when the deliveries are. I can't dispute that. Okay, when people are getting impatient in front of the store, waiting for their relatives or whatever, shopping in the store, they're hitting the horns on that car going, bump, bump, bump. Come on out, I'm waiting on you, come on out. I'm living right next door and having to put up with all this. I can't even hear my television because of all the noise sometimes.
We need to wrap it up. I understand. I do understand. I don't mean to neglect what you're saying, but we need to wrap it up.
All right, one final thought then.
Go ahead.
Is this St. Tammany Parish with a good quality of life, or is it going to be changed to the name of Hong Kong or Manhattan? When is it all this is going to stop? Is it going to stop when each and every separate lot in St. Tammany Parish is going to have an 80-story skyscraper on it? How about slowing down and giving people room to live in their homes?
Okay, thank you, sir. I hope not. Okay. Lee Barrios. Lee Barrios? Huh? All right. Well, I don't know what all this is. Mr. Goodwin? Mr. Charles Goodwin? He left too. Okay. Is Jim Harlan still here? All right.
I'm Jim Harlan. I'm a businessman with 2 residences in St. Tammany and a commercial property in one of the proposed zones. As I mentioned, my concern is not with the merit of setting aside what I understand would be about a $4 million fund for the parish to apply to the issues with infrastructure development incident to economic development. Rather, my concern is with the method of raising the funds and avoiding taking the need for the funds to the voters. The reason for the amendment, and as Carlos just referred, is so that you don't have to take a sales tax increase to the voters. Less than 6 months ago, the voters of this parish, by 60 to 40, voted against the continuation of 2 1/4-cent sales taxes. You know that the voters do not want to see higher sales taxes. So, and sales taxes are regressive, and the current rate of sales tax is nearly 10%, and this tax, although it's only limited to these districts, will take the rate over 10%, double digits. Now, I've gone around looking and comparing communities for factories, and when you are 10%, it stands out. When you could raise the same money, if I understand correctly, the property tax raise in this parish is about $400 million. I don't have the numbers exactly. And by a 1% increase in property taxes, you could raise the money required to address the issues. And the value, a lot of the value that's induced by these activities attributes to the property owners, but especially the property owners at those locations. but also in general by the quality of life to people across the parish. So why raise the money by loading it on the backs via a sales tax that you have consciously avoided bringing to the voters, rather than just some routine allocation via the property tax and annual budgeting process that will attach the cost to the benefits? I think, and I agree, that matters should be deferred, and the administration, as well as you gentlemen, should see whether there's a way to do this with property taxes rather than loading it on to voters. And there are some people for whom 0.75 or 75 cents on $100 over $500 in groceries, and not everybody makes as much as the people in this room or the parish president or others. The average income in this parish is $50,000, and there are a lot of working people for whom that 0.75 matters.
Can you wrap it up, please? Thank you. Okay. There's no more.
You didn't even look at it.
Mr. Dean,
Yeah.
never mind.
No, I'm bringing it to the council now.
Thank
We
you.
have a motion and a second on ordinance calendar number 5659 to accept as amended. What's that noise? Did you have something to say?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Me, Mr.
Sure,
Chairman?
yeah.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I just want to say for the record, I am not, and I'm not saying it sounded like Mr. Harlan was proposing a property tax increase. I mean, that is the worst thing that we could do. It's the worst possible thing that this council or this administration could do, and I don't believe that we would do this. I'm certainly not going to vote for it, because as people travel in and out of our community on the corridor and they stop, we're going to get sales tax revenue from people who live in Houston, or people who live in Tangible Hole Parish, or people who live in other cities and communities. We don't want to put a burden, and I just want to say this because, nothing against you, Mr. Harlan, but because it's come out on TV, I don't want there to be any confusion that, and I'm not speaking for my colleagues, but for myself, that property taxes is the best way to eliminate this, okay? This needs to stand on its own, Mr. Chairman. I also want to say one other quick thing. I agree with Mr. Weiner in this respect. And years ago, we talked about this at a council meeting. We don't have the Mississippi River flowing through St. Tammany Parish, thank goodness, okay? That's not what we want. But that's where these other parishes generate so much income and revenue and economic development. We need to find a way for our young people, as this parish increases in population, to get good quality jobs. Right now, I keep hearing nationwide, and it's the biggest joke I've ever heard on TV. Unemployment is at 4.98%. Baloney. Underemployment. Something, I'm not saying I came up with that term, but I use that term. Underemployment, which to me indicates, let's say, a person with a college education who's having to work 2 jobs, okay, in order to be able to still live with mommy and daddy. No, I mean, it's not easy anymore. When we came out of college, most of us in this room, there were opportunities that we could choose from. Whatever's happening, those opportunities are not sticking out like sore thumbs anymore. So we have to look out for our own future, okay? And that's part of this whole thing, too. But I just wanted to make the point, Mr. Chairman, I'm 100% against any increase in property taxes.
I hear you. Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Belisario?
Yeah, I had 2 things. He covered the first one.
Let me
Second-
remind y'all it's 10 after 10, but go
I
ahead.
understand. I have to drive to Slidell, you don't. The second item
That makes me feel so
is
much
that
better.
I thought Highway 59 didn't have any people. I knew there were 2, but I thought, but
I believe 59 didn't. So
On Highway 59, there are 2 properties that were identified by the Registrar of Voters that did not show up in our database, and those have been excluded. The Registrar, we do not know whether or not they're actually registered voters residing there, but out of an abundance of caution, we've redrawn the lines to exclude them, and the Registrar of Voters is taking their steps to look at whether or not there's actually a proper registered voter there.
Okay, then, when, I believe the gentleman was correct, when Mike was doing the amendment, I don't think he talked about that specific issue. That we're,
I
know,
believe he
but-
indicated that.
Amendment was to address, to change the legal description of the property.
yes, when you say the legal description, people don't know what's in the legal description. Okay? So
It's
to me,
attached.
I'd be looking at,
The amended legal description with a redacted map with the
Okay.
is attached.
okay, but that was not told to the public. That's what I'm bringing up. I think the amendment.
In his
does-
amendment? In
Yeah,
his amendment, he
in the
didn't
amendment,
specify?
I don't think, because of that, Carlos brought it up, and I think somebody else did too. For clarity purposes, I think we need to amend the amendment to show that there were people in there, and when we remove them,
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Belisario, we don't know that there were people there. This was all commercial property. We don't know that when the certification came from the Registrar of Voters, he said there were none. When we went back when we were going to do the tax, I mean, Gina knows the numbers, so I'll let her tell you, but it was not, we didn't have people living in a home in these districts, okay? So if you want the exact numbers, Gina has them.
I don't need the exact numbers, I just remember when we talked about this, the agenda review, what my expectations were with the amendment, we were specifying what of the 6, I know, the new 5 would have 2 areas, 2 different districts that would have had people, and we had to redraw the lines to exclude the 1 or 2 people.
So the amendment to the legal description and maps, we have submitted for Highway 59, which is ordinance calendar 5659, for 5660, which is Highway 21, and that is where there is a storage unit at issue.
Okay.
Also at Highway 434, there's a potential of a residence there, but the Registrar of Voters is looking into it, but it shows as commercial property, so we're excluding it out of an abundance of caution, and that would be it.
Okay.
That's it for the map corrections.
Okay. But in our description that was done, general public and some of the councils, I'm sure, were not aware of what districts that was, and I'm just asking for clarity and transparency.
Sure.
That we call out of abundance of caution, I think we need to do that.
Are you okay with the description she just gave?
Yes, but I believe that Mike has got to amend his amendment that along
To
with.
specify?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Stefanczyk?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out one thing, that in all these districts we're looking at, we are setting up a trust fund, and I think the money goes into a trust fund, and this council will vote on any project that is going to, be funded from those funds. So there is that check and balances. It just can't be spent anywhere. So wanted to make that here. The second question I have a question. I know at Airport Road and 434, I certainly am ready to go forth with those. We've worked very hard to get those done. We know what we've got there, and I want to go forward with them. Is there any danger of us not making the January 1 date if we put off a month or not on any of those other districts? And I'll ask the question and go
Okay.
from there.
There is a danger. It depends on how quickly the sheriff can code those in when we pass it. Okay, so it's not the danger of our passing it at that time. It's just how it can proceed. We had a timeline to do it So we would be ready, and the sheriff would have time to do it by the 1st. But when you mentioned you wanted to go forward with the 2, I would ask that we not go forward with part of them and not.
Excuse me, I'm not,
Okay.
I just said, I'm very much in favor of going for it. I certainly have worked with them, Pat, so I know those inside out. I don't know some of the others. But I think the other thing is that we do have the opportunity, as anybody said, and you have said to us, and everybody understands up here, that if something comes along, we can go back and modify these things. And that's always a choice that we have. So-
Mr. Stefanczyk, you as a council can amend them just as you did tonight, at any time.
Okay, Mr. Belisario spoke to our council. He's going to address your issue.
I think that, Gene, what you're asking for is just simply in the record that the explanation appear, not in the physical amendment of the ordinance, because the ordinance is based on a specific legal description. And the legal description just simply was amended to remove a certain section. And what I'm hearing from the administration is they cannot identify clearly if there is or isn't a registered voter at those 2 locations. So out of an abundance of caution, they withdrew, redrawn the district just to remove those 2 sections. But I think the record will reflect the explanation as it's taken place tonight. But to physically put that in the ordinance, I do not think is correct. I think that legal description needs to say exactly like it is and go forth with it.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, but we have submitted written amendments. So, and those written amendments are in the records, and they've been submitted, and they do clearly redline the legal description and provide a redacted map.
Okay, I'm satisfied because of the discussion. It's clear to anybody what we have talked about and what was in that legal description. Thank you.
Mr. Tanner? You okay?
So now it's open to the public and what have you, and that's in the record, so we don't need to go back and amend an amendment when we're discussing a motion as amended.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion and a second and plenty of discussion. Any further discussion? Question. Vote with your lights, please.
Motion is unanimous, 1 absent.
Okay, I'm going to ask someone.
One thing, Mr. Dean, I'd like the record to reflect my wife is here, so I can stay out pretty late tonight.
Poor, pity her.
Who? Riker, who says she's going to let you in the house?
Okay,
I have a key hidden.
let's stay focused, stay focused. We get one guy on the council with ADD and we all in a mess. Okay, I would like for somebody on this council to move, make a motion to move up number 6, number 5663, because it needs to go before number 3, please. Motion by Mr. Belisario, seconded by Mr. Canulet. Any discussion? That was too easy. Vote, please.
Motion is unanimous, 1 absent.
Okay. Ordinance calendar number 5663, ordinance expanding the boundaries of the Colonial Pinnacle Nord-du-Lac Economic Development District and renaming it Highway 21 Economic Development District. And I don't believe I need to read that. Okay, all right. We need to, okay, is everybody paying attention?
5663, we just moved it up.
That vote that you took? Yeah, now we moved it up.
We got to amend it first.
Okay. I need a motion to amend. Okay. Use your light, please.
Copy of that amendment back. Yes, ma'am.
5663.
It's amend the legal description, Highway 21, yeah.
Okay. There's a motion to amend the legal description?
Yes.
No, that'd be on the next one. Okay, so the only amendment is to amend the legal description.
Yes.
Have a motion, do I have a second?
Yes.
Okay, second by Mr. Belisario. Any discussion?
I got that.
Okay, we're voting on the amendment. Vote, please.
Motion is unanimous, 2 absent.
Okay, now we're going to vote on the ordinance, 5663. Do I have a motion? Mr. Tanner, second by Mr. Groby. Any discussion on the ordinance? Vote, please.
Motion is unanimous, 2 absent.
Okay, now let's go back to ordinance calendar number 5660, that's number 3. Ordinance extending the levy and collection of sales and use tax being levied by the Highway 21 Economic Development District. Ordinance extending the levy and collection of the existing 3/4 of 1%, that's 0.75 sales tax, and use tax being levied by the Highway 21 Economic Development District into the expanded area of said district, and amending the authorized purposes of the said sales tax in accordance with and as authorized by Part 2 of Chapter 27 of Title 33 of the Louisiana Revised Statutes of 1950 as amended, and provided for other matters in connection with the foregoing. So we need an amendment just for the clause.
I have an amendment for the legal description and also amendment to sunset 15 years, 12/31/31.
Okay, so I have a motion. Everybody understand a motion and second on the amendment. Mr. Smith?
Yes,
you have
sir.
discussion?
I have two general questions that I just need administration or someone that's pretty expertise on these matters.
Now, you know this is on the amendment.
It still will cover the amendments
All
as
right,
well.
go ahead.
And one of them has to do with exemptions. Is it stated in any of these how exemptions would be handled? I know that came up once before. and
Could we ask David Wolf, who has been our consultant here on
Okay.
this, and he can explain what that is?
Appreciate it.
If that's okay, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
Yes, I can answer that question. These sales taxes, all of them are going to be levied under the Uniform Local Sales Tax Code. That's a statewide uniform sales tax code that provides all the rules and regulations for local sales taxes, including the exemptions. Local governments, parishes and municipalities and school boards that levy sales taxes are no longer allowed to enact their own exemptions or exceptions. So these sales taxes will be collected on the exact same sales as all other local sales taxes. There'll be no variation as compared to the other taxes that are being collected by the parish or the school boards right now.
And secondly, but in these districts, and I know we're talking about retail outlets, and then there are some wholesale outlets also that exist in some of these districts. Will the sales tax be on both wholesale sales as well as retail sales?
Anything that's subject to local sales tax will be subject to these TIF district sales taxes.
Would you expand a little more? I think you're talking about wholesale. Are you talking about the rooms to go or the
Exactly.
associated wholesale grocers?
Right.
I believe, David, if you can explain, the tax is, it's where it's delivered to. So if it's delivered, if I'm saying that correctly, you say it
The point of
better.
delivery is
Well, again, it's the same answer. If a particular sale that you're asking about is currently subject to existing local sales taxes under the Uniform Sales Tax Code, then it will still be subject to those sales taxes being levied by the TIF districts, because those taxes will be collected under the same Uniform Sales Tax Code. If a particular wholesale transaction in question is not subject to local sales taxes now, it won't be subject to the TIF district sales taxes. If a delivery to a wholesaler or any business is subject to the local sales taxes now, it will be subject to the TIF sales tax, because the TIF sales tax is being collected under the exact same law, the exact same regulations as your other local sales taxes.
So what's in place now will continue to apply?
Well, the same rules and
as we go
regulations
forward,
will apply.
regardless of whether it's retail or wholesale.
Correct.
Ms. Blanchard?
Mr. Wolf, may I, Chairman, ask Mr. Wolf a question?
Oh, sure.
The quarter-cent sales tax, if businesses came to us and they were having a burden, it was causing problems, we can reduce this amount, correct? We're not,
You can reduce the sales tax uniformly throughout any one of these districts, but not for an individual business.
so it would have to be the same in all districts, okay. Well, I wasn't asking a particular business, but that's a very good question, so, or a very good answer, I should say. So it would have to be uniform through all the districts?
No, uniform throughout
The
each
same
individual
each
district. Yeah.
So one could be at a quarter cent, another one that was struggling could be reduced down to help a business that may come to us.
Again, you have the authority as governing authority of each district to reduce the sales tax rate uniformly throughout the district. So for example, you could take one of these districts for whatever reason and reduce the sales tax rate to 0.5%. Uniformly through the district, not just in,
Correct.
for one business or one mall, for example.
Thank you, sir.
But you can't go up, you can only go down.
You could not go up without further council action, public hearing notice, and so forth.
One quick question, Mr. Chairman. Sir, let me give you a specific example. If a tool supplier, okay, who typically sells to other businesses, is in the EDD, okay, and makes a sale and a delivery to a business who happens to be in St. Tammany Parish but not in the EDD, the tax that's charged is wherever the business is located, am I correct? The receiver is located.
That's the case often, yes.
That's not going to be the case anymore here?
If that transaction would have been taxed for your existing sales taxes at the point of delivery, and the point of delivery is outside of the TIF district, then that transaction will not be taxed, because it's the same rules and regulations as your other sales taxes.
Any more questions? Okay, so I have totally lost where we are. We're on the amendment. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I knew that. Motion and a second on the amendment. Vote, please.
Motion is unanimous, one absent.
Okay, now we will vote on the ordinance as amended, correct? Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Belisario. Did anybody second? Mr. Stefancic? Any discussion? Vote, please.
Motion is unanimous, one absent.
Okay. Number 4, ordinance calendar 5661, ordinance levying an additional sales tax in the Highway 1088 Economic Development District. Ordinance levying an additional sales tax of 0.75%, 0.75% of the Highway 1088 Economic Development District, designating the full amount of such additional sales tax as the sales tax increments in the district from which the local and state sales tax increments will be determined and used to finance economic development projects in St. Tammany Parish in accordance with and is authorized by Part 2, Chapter 27, Title 33 of the Louisiana Revised Statutes of 1950 as amended, establishing and creating an economic development trust fund for the district, designating the initial annual baseline collection rate and establishing a monthly baseline collection rate for the district, pledging and dedicating such tax increments to reimburse economic development costs and providing for other matters in connection with the foregoing. Do I have a motion? You got to do the amendment too?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Amendment to sunset 15 years, 12/31/31.
All right. So I have a motion and a second to include the sunset of 15 years. Any discussion?
Question.
You call for the question? Okay. That's good. Don't scare me like that. You did. Okay, all right. Any discussion? Vote, please. I'm sorry, yeah, right. We're through with the property description stuff,
Motion is unanimous, 2 absent.
Okay, fifth ordinance, ordinance calendar 5662, ordinance levying an additional sales tax in the highway.
That was on the amendment. We need to adopt it as amended.
61, 5661.
5661, that was on the
Okay,
amendment.
I'm sorry. So we have a motion and a second. All right, vote, please. Any discussion? Getting a little ahead of myself.
Motion is unanimous, 3 absent.
Okay, now, the fifth ordinance, calendar number 5662, ordinance levying an additional sales tax in the Highway 434 Economic Development District, ordinance levying an additional sales tax of 3/4 of 1%, 0.75% in the Highway 434 Economic Development District, designating the full amount of such additional sales tax as a sales tax increment in the district from which the local and state sales tax increments will be determined and used to finance economic development projects in St. Tammany Parish in accordance with and is authorized by Part 2, Chapter 27, Title 33 of the Louisiana Revised Statutes of 1950, as amended, establishing and creating the Economic Development Trust Fund for the district, designating the initial annual baseline collection rate and establishing a monthly baseline collection rate for the district, pledging and dedicating such tax increments to reimburse economic development costs and providing for other matters in connection, mothers and fathers, in connection with the foregoing. So we got to do the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment for the legal description and also amendment for the 15-year sunset for 12/31/31.
All right. You have a motion, a second on the amendment. Any discussion? Vote with your lights on the amendment, please.
Motion is unanimous, 2 absent.
Okay, now we'll vote on the ordinance as amended. Motion to adopt by Mr. Belisario, second by Mr. Groby. Any discussion? Okay, vote please.
Motion is unanimous, 2 absent.
Okay, we'll skip number 6, or we've already done number 6. We'll go to number 7. Ordinance calendar number 5664, ordinance levying an additional sales tax in the Airport Road Economic Development District, ordinance levying an additional sales tax of 3/4 of 1%, 0.75% in the Airport Road Economic Development District, designating the full amount of such additional sales tax as the sales tax increments in the districts for which the local and state sales tax increments will be determined and used to define economic development projects in St. Tammany Parish in accordance with and as authorized by Part 2, Chapter 27, Title 33 of the Louisiana Revised Statutes of 1950, as amended, establishing and creating an economic development trust fund for the district, designating the initial annual baseline collection rate and establishing a monthly baseline collection rate for the district, pledging and dedicating such tax increments to reimburse economic development costs and providing for other matters in connection with the foregoing.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment for a 15-year sunset for 12/31/31.
All right, do I have a second by Mr. Toledano? Any discussion? Okay. Vote on the amendment, please.
Motion is unanimous, 1 absent.
Okay, now let's vote on the ordinance. Or let's get a motion. Mr. Stefancic, second by Mr. Belisario. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote on the ordinance as amended. Oh, let's have 4 or 5 more. That's so much fun.
Motion is unanimous, 1 absent.
Okay, the one we've been looking for. Number 8, ordinance calendar number 5665, ordinance levying an additional sales tax in the Highway 1077 Economic Development District, Ordinance levying an additional sales tax of 3/4 of 1%, .75, in the Highway 1077 Economic Development District, designating the full amount of such additional sales tax as the sales tax increments in the district from which the local and state sales tax increments will be determined and used to finance economic development projects in St. Tammany Parish in accordance with and is authorized by Part 2, Chapter 27, Title 33 of the Louisiana Revised Statutes of 1950, as amended, establishing and creating an economic development trust fund for the district, designating the initial annual baseline collection rate, and establishing a monthly baseline collection rate for the district, pledging and dedicating such tax increments to reimburse economic development costs and providing for other matters in connection with the foregoing. Mr. Lorino.
We'll have an amendment for 15-year sunset, Mr. Chairman, 12/31/31.
And the property description?
There's also a legal
And what? And the boundaries also.
Okay, all right. So I have a motion for those two amendments, and a second by Mr. Toledano. Any discussion? Okay, vote on the amendment, please.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Okay, now let's vote on the, let's go to the ordinance. Mr. Stefanczyk? Okay, seconded by Mr. Belisario. Any discussion? Vote, please.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Okay, number 9, ordinance calendar number 5666, ordinance to amend the 2016 operating budget, amendment number 10. Motion by Mr. Stefanczyk, seconded by Mr. Toledano. Any discussion? Vote, please.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Ordinance calendar number 5667, ordinance to authorize the parish president to grant a non-exclusive utility servitude to Adams Energy Ward 7, District 11. Motion by Mr. Belisario, second by Mr. Stefanczyk. Any discussion? Okay, vote please.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Number 11, ordinance calendar number 5668, ordinance to correct the road and drainage inventory, wards 2, 3, and 8, districts 2, 3, and 14. Motion by Mr. Thompson, second by Mr. Sharp. Any discussion? Okay, vote please.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Ordinance calendar number 5669, ordinance amending the official parish zoning map to reclassify 1 acre from A1 to HC2, Ward 8, District 13. Motion by Ms. Blanchard, second by Mr. Belisario. Any discussion? Okay, vote please.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Ordinance calendar number 5670, ordinance amending the official parish zoning map to reclassify 5 acres from A1 to A2 and mobile home overlay, Ward 2, District 3. Motion by Mr. Lorino, by Mr. Thompson, second by Mr. Lorino. Any discussion? Vote please.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Okay, ordinance calendar number 5671, ordinance to declare multiple tax adjudicated properties as surplus and authorize the parish to proceed with the process for the advertising and sale of such. Motion by Mr. Toledano, second by Mr. Lorino. Any discussion? Yes, sir.
Excuse me, I'm Attorney Hugh Exdicius. May I address the council just a minute on another matter that's already been passed on, but some observations about your contributions to this community. I've sat here for 4 hours and listened to abuse and trivia and complaints about our style of life. And let me tell you, at 84 years of age, practicing law over 50 years, I sat there and wondered, what in the world are these tremendous people who have risen in our community willing to sit here and put up with this stuff on a regular basis? Now,
you're reading our mind, aren't you?
I just assumed that there was a Don Quixote attitude in your hearts and in your minds as you contribute to what you hope would be a little bit better community. Now you say, Mr. Exdicious, you're a lawyer. Half of the cases that you take to trial, you lose. Or maybe somebody loses and somebody wins. And that's true right here, right here. But you see the difference between my profession and your commitment, eloquent as it is that I get paid a fee for doing a good job. And I doubt seriously if you folk from your high ranking, and most of you have got gray hair and false teeth and eyes, that I know because I'm there. Like the guy said here, he's lived too long. I've lived too long. Some of you are going to be there soon. But I could not leave. My name is on the matter of 5668, and that was because I stand here and waited and waited and waited. Some years ago, I had been asked to give to the parish some 1,600 feet of my property to put a road in, and I did, because it was benefiting the people who were landlocked in the back, and they had a bad road, and I gave it to them. Without my understanding, a couple of years ago, they changed the name of the road that I had given to somebody else. That's what I was here for. Red Thompson assured me I didn't need to be here for that. But I tell you, folks, I think, really, truly, although it's a late hour, you need to go ahead and get some young adults in here to see you go through your process. It would be an education, and it would be a benefit to America and to St. Tammany Parish that we have your kind of people putting up with this crap for little or nothing. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. And we're going to find a road and name it after you.
Don,
Write your name down up there.
Don, you think you can find an office for the gentleman to come to work tomorrow?
Okay, which one is it now?
5671.
I was not going to time him, I can tell you that much. Let that fella talk. Okay.
Yes, we need to vote.
That was funny.
5671.
Okay, y'all, we need to vote on number 5671. Vote with your lights, please.
Excuse me one second,
5671.
Mr. Dean. I'd like to get an excerpt recording of that last appear, if you don't mind.
That was, now Carlos, why don't you say that every now and then?
I'm saving that.
Saying it to yourself. I think that's what it is. Okay,
Hold on. Mr. Thompson, Mr. Lorino, Mr. Toledano, Mr. Tanner, Mr. Groby.
golly.
And
Maybe we threw a breaker on that side or something.
motion is unanimous, one absent.
All right. Number 15, ordinance, calendar number 5672, ordinance to accept act of dedication and donation for future improvement and construction of Francis Road Extension, Ward 1, District 1. Motion by Mr. Thompson, second by Mr. Lorino. I'd like to get some, not tonight, but just some information on this, Gina, on just email or something tomorrow. Okay, any discussion? Vote, please.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Ordinance calendar number 5673, ordinance authorizing the parish president to acquire land, rights of way, and/or servitudes for the parish fishing pier, Ward 9, District 13. Motion by Ms. Blanchard, second by Mr. Tanner. Any discussion? Vote, please. Yes. Mr. Canulette says yes.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Ordinance calendar number 5674, ordinance to declare a lot to Ditmar subdivision as surplus and authorize the donation to the city of Slidell, Ward 8, District 12.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Bender, second by Mr. Belisario. Any discussion? All right, vote please.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Ordinance calendar number 5675, ordinance to amend the parish code to add a new section requiring acknowledgement of receipt of the manual for St. Tammany Parish boards and commissions by respective members. Motion by Mr. Toledano, second by Mr. Belisario. Any discussion? Vote please.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Ordinance calendar number 5678, ordinance amending the official parish zoning map to reclassify 1.9 acres from NC4 to HC2, Ward 4, District 10.
So move.
Motion by Mr. Belisario, second by Mr. Smith. Any discussion? Vote please.
Motion passes 13 yeas, 1 nay, no one absent.
Okay, ordinance calendar number 5679, ordinance amending the official parish zoning map to reclassify 1.199 acres from MD1 to HC2, Ward 5, District 6. Motion by... You done messed up now.
I know this is spot zoning, but I want to move.
Second.
You done woke up the sleeping dragon down there. Okay, so who wants it? You want to give it to him? All right. I got a motion by Mr. Tanner, second by Mr. Bender. You got to give it to him. Any discussion? Vote, please.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Ordinance calendar number 5680, ordinance to redefine the physical address of an established early voting location. Motion by Mr. Canulet, seconded by Mr. Tanner. Any discussion? Vote, please.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Okay, now we're to the appointments section of our agenda. Resolution to appoint one member to the Tourist and Convention Commission to replace Ms. Valerie Waltz, who resigned. Mr. Todd Wally requested appointment, parish-wide.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I have a name to put in for consideration. Lisa Conroy Ward. I know each one of you got a bio from her today. The only reason why we didn't get a full resume from her, she'd been out of town, got back from Houston today. We did get the bio here. She is the owner of the Southern Hotel, or her and her husband own it. And I'd like to put her name up, Lisa Conroy Ward.
All right.
Second that nomination.
I'm sorry?
Tourist Commission.
You need a second?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second for Ms. Conroy. Are we gonna, how we gonna? All right. Lisa Ward Conroy.
Lisa Conroy Ward. Her husband's name
Okay,
is
motion to
Ward.
close the nomination. Do I have a second? Okay.
We're not vote, what are we voting on?
There's two people.
Okay.
I know, but
And it's gotta lay
parish-wide,
over, it's gotta lay over because parish-wide unless you wanna do
I mean, we have to suspend the rules to
Okay.
adopt.
No.
No.
It was on there
Okay.
last
You've
month.
got two people, you'd have to vote.
All
We
right,
do not have
It was
vote
on there
sheets.
last month.
all right. Okay, so it's laying over? All right. There are two. There are two.
Mr. Chairman, we do have to vote.
We do have to vote on the, close the nominations.
Right.
Right, so we have a motion and a second. All right, vote on closing the nominations.
You gonna make a motion to, vote tonight?
Yes.
It's late.
No, we gotta do it by paper or what?
I did.
We're supposed to have it. Well, we don't have to. We can go
Did
down.
everybody vote?
Mr. Kirby.
Do we have a ballot sheet?
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Do you need it now? You want to lay it over till?
We got our sheets of paper.
Everybody vote on the sheet of paper being handed out.
Steve, do we not have to lay it over since the parish-wide appointment?
No, it was laid over from last month.
And council members, if you would put your district number on that vote sheet so that it can be maintained in the record with a reflection of how the votes were made.
Okay, District 5.
This District 6, so they come up.
Steve, you know this lady? She good?
Okay, why don't we continue on and we'll come back to this?
Just put it up here.
Hundred Ward.
Kind of like CP3.
She's one of those hyphenated women.
Why are you folding?
Okay, why don't we go ahead with resolution to reappoint one member to the Tourist Commission. Mike Myers has requested reappointment. Term expires 12/31/16.
Mr. Chairman, so move.
Parish-wide appointment.
Move to reappoint.
Okay, we're reappointing him. So I have a motion to reappoint, second by Mr. Belisario. Y'all hear this? Motion to reappoint Mr. Mike Myers. Okay, vote please. Is it Mark?
Mr. Chairman, this is another appointment day. This one has not been on the agenda last month, so it either has to suspend the rules to adopt tonight, or we have to lay it over a month.
All right, but
I don't
because
care
it was a
which we do.
reappointment, we still have to?
Yes.
Okay.
Move to suspend the rules and adopt.
Okay, so hang on a minute. Did you clear the vote on the first? Huh? Okay, well, but we have a motion and a second to suspend the rules and adopt? Okay, y'all okay? Yep, vote with your lights, please.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Number 3, resolution to appoint or reappoint 3 members of St. Tammany Parish Drainage District. Number 6, Phil Rapp, Dale Robeson have requested reappointment. Districts 2 and 3. Okay. Motion by Mr. Thompson, second by who? I didn't see. Toledano. Okay. Any discussion? Vote, please. You know there are 3, huh? That's just 2. We'll get the next one next month.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
All right, resolution to appoint 1 member to fill the vacant alternative position on the St. Tammany Parish Zoning Adjustments. Jewel Guidry has requested appointment. Do I have okay, I got a motion by Mr. Belisario, second by Mr. Canulette.
Mr. Chairman, was this up last month, or is this the first time?
Was it? I
don't
usually
know.
go to my,
This is an alternate position.
I know, but it's still parish-wide.
wait, what?
We need to suspend the rules and adopt that. I'll make a motion to suspend the rules and adopt.
Okay, we haven't voted on the actual appointment yet.
All right, vote to close nominations.
So what? Oh, so that was going on the floor? Okay, good. Why do we know that? Okay. Okay, so we have a motion to close the nomination by Mr. Bender, second by Mr. Belisario. Vote, please, to close the nominations.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
All right, and do we want to suspend the rules and adopt? Motion by Mr. Belisario, second by Mr. Canulette. Vote with your lights, please.
He's actually waiting through this whole meeting. He's right here, back here.
Bless his heart.
Well, man, I sure am glad we're voting you in. Come on up and talk to us.
Let's get the vote in first.
Okay, vote, please. Vote, please.
I know I won't be as eloquent as the last gentleman that came up to this podium.
Just say
But
nice things.
I would be honored to serve on the Board of Zoning Adjustments for you guys, and I've been in the commercial and residential construction business for the last 21 years and feel like I could serve you well. Well,
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Sharp, Mr. Thompson, Mr. Lorino, Mr. Belisario.
Jeez.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
All right, the fifth one, resolution to reappoint 4 members of the Finance Authority of St. Tammany, Matt Faust, Richard Muller, Ronald Randolph, and Peter Cavagnac.
So moved.
Have requested reappointment. Have a motion by Mr. Toledano, second by Mr. Stefancic. Huh? It is parish-wide. So,
I
motion.
move to close the nomination.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Candelet to close and second by Mr. Stefancic to close the nomination. Any discussion? Vote, please.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
I move
Okay.
to suspend the rules and adopt.
Motion to suspend the rules and adopt by Mr. Stefancic, seconded by Mr. Belisario. Any discussion? Vote, please. Okay, now we're going back. To way back to number 1, resolution to appoint 1 member of the Tourist and Convention Commission to replace Valerie Waltz. Ms. Condrey Ward won the nomination, or the appointment. Yeah, Lisa Condrey Ward. Okay, now I need a motion to appoint Ms. Ward, Condrey Ward. Motion by Mr. Canulet, seconded by Mr. Belisario. Any discussion? Vote, please.
Ms. Blanchard? Oh, it just popped up. Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
All right, items off the floor. That's right. So, have a motion by Mr. Bennett to open the floor, items off the floor, second by Mr. Lorino. All right, vote please. Jake, do you have your light on for a reason?
No, I was gonna.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Okay, resolution, first one, resolution supporting the parish president to formally request the LADOTD Division of Aviation to provide funds to complete the airport improvements at St. Tammany Regional Airport. Mr. Groby.
So moved.
Have a motion by Mr. Groby, seconded by who? Mr. Toledano? Oh, Tanner? Richard Tanner. Any discussion? Vote, please.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
All right. Second one, resolution to vacate the 6-month moratorium on property in the vicinity of Oak Down subdivision, Ward 8, District 9.
So moved.
You want to give it to him since it's his district?
This is mine.
Oh, Mr. Belisario, vote, and then seconded.
By Jerry the
I'm gonna give
Laugher.
Mr. Smith. Oh, all right, yeah, he did actually. Okay. Any discussion? Vote, please. Anything else?
Please
All right,
vote.
please vote.
Mr. Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Meeting adjourned.